Chapter 1302. Wait a moment. Discuss the compensation with the Grand Han. This matter is of great importance. It's not appropriate for Your Highness to discuss it alone. At this moment, one of the officials spoke up under the second prince's signal. That's right. I think His Majesty should send someone to discuss this matter with the third Prince Han. Your Highness, it's indeed inappropriate for you to act on your own. One after another, many ministers stepped forward and spoke. Seeing this, the second prince felt a little better. After all, Xia Haoshuan was constantly in the limelight, which made him very unhappy. Moreover, discussing the compensation with the Grand Han Kingdom was a great merit. If he could seize such a good opportunity, it would naturally be very beneficial to him. Naturally, he didn't want to give this opportunity to Xia Haoshuan. A bunch of clowns who only know how to take off their pants and fart after the event. Then tell me, if I'm not suitable to discuss it, who's suitable to discuss it? Xia Haoshuan's face darkened when he heard the official's words. He didn't give them any face and sneered. Xia Haoshuan naturally didn't care about these lackeys of the second prince. After all, those who jumped out at this time were trash who didn't have any ability and were used as tools by the second prince. Your Highness is right. Your Highness won the competition. Naturally, Your Highness should be the one to discuss it. These people are too good at snatching credit. What right do they have to compete with Your Highness? Preposterous. These people shrank to the back and fought for credit. They jumped out instead. Xia Haoshuan's words were naturally met with a chorus of agreement. Clearly, Xia Haoshuan's victory over the Grand Han had won many people's hearts. Your Highness, you. Those who spoke had ugly expressions. Because Xia Haoshuan's words didn't give them any face at all. They felt very embarrassed to be criticized in front of so many people. What's wrong? What bullshit do you have? Hurry up and spit it out. This Highness doesn't have that much time to waste with you all. Xia Haoshuan did not place these people in his eyes at all. Your Highness Crown Prince, although your contributions in this battle cannot go unnoticed, you have no experience in negotiations. On the other hand, His Highness has discussed compensation with the Grand Han Kingdom several times. In my opinion, His Highness is more experienced. Why don't we let His Highness go? One of them had an extremely unsightly expression, but he still gritted his teeth and spoke. That's right, that's right. That makes sense. It is indeed more appropriate for the second prince to go. As soon as this person finished speaking, many of the second prince's subordinates naturally agreed. Haha, let's not talk about the fact that he can only negotiate and compensate others with resources. Don't say that this Highness is overbearing and wants to snatch the credit. Very well, this Highness will give him a chance. As long as his people defeat Zhao Yun, this Highness will give him the right to participate in this discussion. Xia Haoshuan sneered. When the second prince and the others heard Xia Haoshuan's words, the corners of their mouths twitched involuntarily and their expressions became extremely unsightly. What kind of joke was this? They had all seen how powerful Zhao Yun was. Even Yuan Hutian couldn't defeat Zhao Yun. Who else among them could be a match for Zhao Yun? Xia Haoshuan gave this opportunity to the second prince after he heard that he had to defeat Zhao Yun. The second prince wanted to give up, but he was very unwilling in his heart. Because this merit was simply a huge pie in the sky. What's wrong, General Yuan Hutian? Are you interested in giving Zhao Yun some pointers? Xia Haoshuan asked Yuan Hutian. When they heard Xia Haoshuan's words, everyone looked expectantly at Yuan Hutian. Heavens, the Crown Prince is directly provoking General Yuan Hutian. I wonder if General Yuan Hutian will accept the challenge. I think it's a little difficult. Although General Yuan Hutian is valiant, he's still lacking compared to Lord Zhao Yun. Everyone was very curious as to what exactly Yuan Hutian would do. After all, Yuan Hutian's reputation was extremely high in the Da Xia dynasty. His ability was valiant and he controlled the Hutian army. The current Yuan Hutian could be said to be like the midday sun. In the past, if someone had said that they wanted to challenge Yuan Hutian, they would definitely have been mercilessly mocked. However, when they heard that Zhao Yun wanted to challenge Yuan Hutian, everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his behalf. After all, many people knew that Yuan Hotian's cultivation base was only at the 7th stage of the Lun Meridian realm. He simply couldn't compare to Yu Long. However, if Zhao Yun could easily kill Yu Long, then what problem would killing Yuan Hotian have? I'll give you some pointers, my ass. If I fight him, it would be strange if I didn't have a death wish. Yuan Hotian's expression turned ugly as he couldn't help but roar inwardly. Xia Haoshuan was blatantly provoking him. Given his temperament, he would definitely agree. However, after seeing Zhao Yun kill Yu Long, he really didn't have the guts to agree. However, if he refused in front of so many people, it would be equivalent to him showing weakness. It would definitely damage his own prestige. This made Yuan Hotian have the urge to kill Xia Haoshuan. Ch, what kind of status does Lord Yuan Hotian have? How can a nobody like him challenge him? When the second prince saw that Yuan Hotian was in a difficult position, he immediately stepped forward and spoke out. In his opinion, although Zhao Yun was valiant, his status couldn't compare to Yuan Hotian's. Therefore, he could use his status to suppress Zhao Yun. Your Highness is right. What kind of status does General Yuan Hotian have? How can any Tom, Dick, or Harry be a match for him? That Zhao Yun wants to rely on his valiant strength to challenge General Yuan Hotian. He's simply arrogant and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If you want to challenge General Yuan Hotian, wait until your status is high enough. When the second prince's people heard the second prince's words, they all quickly echoed and mocked Zhao Yun. However, they seemed to have forgotten that at this very moment, Zhao Yun was the hero who defeated the Da Han. Therefore, when the countless onlookers heard the second prince and the others insult the hero in their hearts, all of them were instantly enraged. How preposterous! How dare they talk about Lord Zhao Yun like that? Although Lord Zhao Yun doesn't have an official position now, he can't be compared to any Tom, Dick, or Harry. With Lord Zhao Yun's strength, if he wants to become a general of Da Xia, he must have an extraordinary status. Haha, a bunch of trash, how dare you talk about my people? However, now that you've mentioned this, you've reminded me. When Xia Haoshuan heard the second prince and the others, he wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed. Under the confused gazes of the crowd, Xia Haoshuan looked at Xia Nantian and said, "Father, Zhao Yun is willing to serve Da Xia. Father, please grant him an official position." Chapter 1303. Everyone looked at Xia Nantian nervously. They were all curious as to what position Xia Nantian would give Zhao Yun. However, most of them thought that the position would not be too high. After all, although Zhao Yun was powerful, he had just entered the bureaucracy and had not made any contributions. How could he be given a high position? Let's see what position you will be given. When Yuan Hotian heard that Zhao Yun would be given an official position, he sneered disdainfully. Yuan Hotian was confident that Zhao Yun's position would not be too high. One had to know that his strength was not bad. He had climbed to his current position step by step. He could not help but look forward to when Zhao Yun was given an official position lower than his. At that time, Zhao Yun would be sent to work under him and he would be able to teach Zhao Yun a lesson. After all, as the saying went, a higher official could crush someone to death. Even if Zhao Yun was powerful, as long as his position was lower than his, he would have hundreds and thousands of ways to teach Zhao Yun a lesson. Clearly, many of the second prince's people were looking at Yuan Hotian as if they were watching a joke. After all, everyone knew that Yuan Hotian was at the peak of his power. He was in charge of the Hotian Corps and was the most powerful among all the corps commanders. The other corps commanders had to give Yuan Hotian some face. Therefore, no matter which corps Zhao Yun was in, he would not have a good time. This Zhao Yun is not bad. If he enters the army, he will definitely be a fierce general. Fang Tu's eyes were shining as he looked at Zhao Yun with admiration. As the old marshal of Da Xia, it was not easy for Fang Tu to say such words. I just don't know what position the emperor will give Zhao Yun. If it is too low, then he might as well not take it, Wang Xingyu said. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Yuan Hotian. Obviously, he was also worried that Yuan Hotian would cause trouble for Zhao Yun if he entered the army. Fierce Tiger King saw Wang Xingyu's worry and smiled. Duke, don't worry. When the time comes, I can let Zhao Yun join my fierce tiger corps. Zhao Yun's strength aside, with me around, who would dare to cause trouble for him? That's great. Wang Xingyu and Fang Tu also nodded in satisfaction. Xie Nantian thought for a moment and said, "The position of commander of the Southern Continent Army has been vacant for a long time. Zhao Yun, what do you think?" "What? The position of commander of the Southern Region Army? Oh my God, he's going to be a Legion commander at the very beginning. Did I hear wrongly? Your Majesty, you're placing too much importance on this Zhao Yun. Doesn't this mean that Zhao Yun's position is now equal to General Yuan Hotian's?" It seems, yes. Everyone was shocked when they heard Xie Nantian's words. Clearly, they all knew that Xie Nantian wouldn't give Zhao Yun too high a position, but it obviously wouldn't be too low either. However, they had never imagined that Xie Nantian would actually give Zhao Yun such a high position. This caused the faces of Yuan Houtian and the others to become unsightly. Especially Yuan Houtian, his face became the color of pig liver. What kind of joke was this? He had fought bloody battles on the battlefield for a decade or two before he climbed to his current position as Legion Commander, and Zhao Yun was promoted to Legion Commander right off the bat. How could he accept this? The second prince's expression was also very unsightly. If Zhao Yun really became the Legion Commander, he would definitely be defeated. If Zhao Yun really became Legion Commander, wouldn't that mean that Xie Haoshuan also had an army behind him? This was definitely a huge threat to him. To be honest, even Xie Haoshuan himself was surprised. Clearly, he didn't expect Xie Nantian to be so generous as to directly give Zhao Yun the position of Legion Commander. One must know that this was definitely a precedent in the history of the Da Xie dynasty. However, no one had ever been able to become a Legion Commander right after entering the army. Originally, Xie Haoshuan thought that it was already very good for Zhao Yun to be able to obtain the position of a major. It seems like Imperial Father thinks highly of Zhao Yun. That's why he gave him such a high position in order to rope him in. Xie Haoshuan immediately understood what was going on. Actually, Xie Haoshuan's guess wasn't accurate. Of course, on one hand, Xie Nantian had taken a fancy to Zhao Yun's strength. On the other hand, Xie Nantian was still brooding over the fact that he had chased Zhao Yun out of the palace and out of the royal family. Therefore, giving Zhao Yun such a high position was considered a form of compensation. After all, Zhao Yun was Xie Haoshuan's subordinate. "Thank you, Your Majesty. This humble subject dares not have any objections," Zhao Yun said respectfully as he quickly knelt down at Xie Haoshuan's signal. "Your Majesty, you mustn't do this. What ability does he have to deserve the position of Legion Commander? Please reconsider, Your Majesty. We implore Your Majesty to retract your order. Isn't it very inappropriate to directly give him the position of Legion Commander?" The second prince's subordinates all panicked when they heard Xie Nantian's words and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. What kind of joke was this? Many of them had pledged allegiance to the second prince. Most of them had done so because of Yuan Houtian. In their opinion, with Yuan Houtian's support, the second prince had a very high chance of ascending to the throne. Xie Haoshuan's biggest weakness was that he didn't have the support of the military. If Zhao Yun were to become Legion Commander, it would definitely be a huge threat to them. This was because Xie Haoshuan would be able to stand up to the second prince as an equal. "Your Majesty, isn't this a little inappropriate?" Yuan Houtian couldn't hold on any longer and spoke up directly. Zhao Yun's strength was stronger than his and he already felt threatened enough. If even Zhao Yun's position was equal to his, then he wouldn't be able to continue living. Therefore, he had to make Xie Nantian retract his order. "Father, isn't giving Zhao Yun the position of Legion Commander a little too much? Why don't you give him the position of Major first?" The second prince also hurriedly spoke up. "I've made up my mind." Xie Nantian had naturally expected that the second prince and Yuan Houtian would refuse, so he was already prepared and spoke in a firm tone. In fact, he had given Zhao Yun the position of Legion Commander to compensate Xie Haoshuan and also because he thought highly of Zhao Yun. However, there was no need to give Zhao Yun the position of Legion Commander so quickly. The reason he had given Zhao Yun the position of Legion commander so quickly was because he was already wary of Yuan Hutian and was dissatisfied with him. Therefore, he wanted to use Zhao Yun to stand up to Yuan Hutian and suppress him. It was obvious that Yuan Hutian was becoming more and more arrogant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to make such a request when he allowed him to participate in the competition. It wasn't that he didn't want to directly remove Yuan Hutian, but Yuan Hutian had too many henchmen in the Hutian Corps and his position was deeply rooted. If he didn't have a solid reason to remove him, it would definitely cause chaos. Chapter 1305. Obviously, they did not expect Yuan Hutian to be so bold as to say such a thing. He directly went to the 5 Grand Elders and asked them to stop Xia Nantian. Wasn't this provoking Xia Nantian? Was he not putting Xia Nantian in his eyes? How dare you, Yuan Hutian? Do you still have me in your eyes? Xia Nantian's face was ashen as he roared. Your Majesty, please calm down. Everyone was shocked when they saw Xia Nantian angry and quickly tried to calm him down. Uncle. The second prince was also shocked. He did not expect Yuan Hutian to be so reckless today. He could not help but remind him in a low voice. Your Majesty, please forgive me. How could I not have your Majesty in my eyes? It's just that I am a little unwilling. I joined the army at the age of 16 and served Da Xia. Since then, I have fought countless battles on the battlefield and experienced countless battles before I became the current Legion commander of the Hutian Corps. The scars on my body are proof. As Yuan Hutian spoke, he took off his armor. And what qualifications does he have to be the Legion commander of the Nanju Corps? In an instant, dozens of scars of various sizes were revealed on Yuan Hutian's body. Hiss. Everyone could not help but gasp when they saw the scars on Yuan Hutian's body. It was obvious that Yuan Hutian's injuries were severe. General Yuan, you've really suffered a lot for the sake of Great Xia. General Yuan has worked hard to achieve his current position. He is worthy of his name. General Yuan is worthy of being Da Xia's pillar of support. He deserves to be the Legion commander. We are convinced. Unlike some people who have not even been on the battlefield and want to be the Legion commander, suddenly, many people began to complain. Obviously, many people did not want to see Zhao Yun become the Legion commander of the Nanju Corps. Because they were all on the second prince's side. If Zhao Yun became the Legion commander, it would inevitably affect their interests and pose a threat to them. Therefore, they naturally did not want to see Zhao Yun become the Legion commander. Yuan Hutian was very satisfied when he heard the discussions around him. He didn't believe that Xia Nantian would still be so stubborn after he had said so much. If Xia Nantian was really stubborn, it would undoubtedly hurt many people's hearts. The second prince's eyes lit up when he saw the scars on Yuan Hutian's body. And a smile on his face. He had to admit that the older, the wiser. When Xia Nantian saw this scene, he frowned. What he was most worried about. However, this also made him even more dissatisfied with Yuan Hutian. Because this Yuan Hutian relied on his own hard work to become more and more arrogant, and became more and more arrogant because of the favor he received. Yuan Hutian was obviously using the scars on his body to remind him that he had contributed greatly to Great Xia, which was why he had obtained the position of Legion General. If he insisted, he give him the titles to make Zhao Yun to become the no? This Yuan Hutian was trying to force him to take back his words. However, as the Emperor of Da Xia, if he was forced to take back his order by Yuan Hutian, his prestige would be damaged. Therefore, Xia Nantian naturally would not take back his order so easily. Furthermore, Yuan Hutian was now in the limelight among the various legions. This made Yuan Hutian even more arrogant and arrogant. This made him somewhat wary of Yuan Hutian. Therefore, he also wanted to suppress Yuan Hutian. If Zhao Yun was also the Legion commander, he could make Yuan Hutian and Zhao Yun confront each other and prevent Yuan Hutian from acting rashly. Of course I know that Minister Yuan has worked hard and performed a great service. However, how can I go back on my word? Could it be that Minister Yuan wants me to break my promise to the world? Xia Nantian asked Yuan Hutian directly. This was equivalent to directly handing the problem to Yuan Hutian. He wanted to see how Yuan Hutian would handle it. Yuan Hutian had the urge to curse inwardly. He had not expected Xia Nantian to be so cunning. He had thought that by showing his injuries, Xia Nantian would take back his order. Who would have thought that Xia Nantian would use his word as an excuse and throw the problem back to him? Since Xia Nantian had already said so, Yuan Hutian did not dare to ask Xia Nantian to take back his order. Otherwise, he would be accused of going back on his word and Yuan Hutian would be blamed for it. Although he was a little arrogant and thought that Xia Nantian would not dare to do anything to him, he did not dare to fall out with Xia Nantian. If he really angered Xia Nantian, he would not have a good ending. Although the current Nanju Legion was only in name and had been crippled a few decades ago, it was the weakest legion in the Great Xia Empire. But he was still unwilling to hand over the Nanju army to Zhao Yun. This was because he had been eyeing the Nanju army for a long time. He had long wanted to take the Nanju army under his command, but the time was not right. If he really took the South Continent army under his command, his status and power would rise to a whole new level. But now, someone had come out of nowhere and handed the Nanju army over to Zhao Yun. How could he be willing to accept this? But since Xia Nantian had already said so, Yuan Hutian could no longer resist. A cunning look appeared in Yuan Hutian's eyes. He cupped his fists and said, "This general agrees with your Majesty's decision." Did I hear wrongly? General Yuan actually agreed. How could this be? Everyone was stunned when they heard Yuan Hutian's words. They did not understand why Yuan Hutian would suddenly agree. Then their previous objections would have been in vain. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. They were afraid that they had heard wrongly and looked at Yuan Hutian. Xia Nantian looked at Yuan Hutian. He was not in a hurry to speak. Based on his understanding of Yuan Hutian would definitely not give up so easily. Therefore, Yuan Hutian must have something else to say. He wanted to see what other tricks Yuan Hutian had up his sleeve. The second prince looked anxious. He wanted to persuade Yuan Hutian. He really thought that Yuan Hutian had compromised, but he could not say it directly in this situation. Therefore, the second prince looked at Yuan Hutian anxiously. It's not impossible for Zhao Yun to be the army commander. It's just that Zhao Yun has not made any contributions. I'm worried that the soldiers will not be convinced. So, why not let him complete some missions and gain some merits before he becomes the army commander? It won't be too late. When the time comes, the soldiers will be convinced. Yuan Hutian said sincerely, but there was a sinister look in his eyes. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Yuan Hutian's words. They knew that Yuan Hutian would not easily agree to let Zhao Yun be the army commander. Therefore, they could not help but look forward to how Yuan Hutian would make things difficult for Zhao Yun. Chapter 1306. Let go of His Highness. Sun Wu shouted anxiously. However, when he saw Xia Haoshuan's cold glare and Zhao Yun and the others behind Xia Haoshuan, Sun Wu knew his place and did not dare to make a move. Let go of His Highness. The third Prince Han knew how powerful the husky was and shouted anxiously. If the third Prince Han's clothes were removed, he would be drenched in cold sweat. The third Prince Han had never felt that death was so close to him. He was really worried that the husky would kill him by mistake. Especially when he felt the powerful aura coming from the husky, it made him tremble in fear. Yi Hao handed the compensation contract to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun took the contract and walked to the third Prince Han's side. Third Prince Han, please sign it. Zhao Yun's tone was sonorous and forceful, but one could not tell whether he was happy or sad. The third Prince Han wanted to refuse, but when he saw the husky on his chest, the image of Zhao Yun's powerful battle appeared in his mind. He did not dare to open his mouth to refuse. Okay, I'll sign it. The third Prince Han quickly took the compensation contract and signed his name on it. At the same time, he stamped his visiting seal. The third Prince Han is indeed straightforward. When he saw the third Prince Han sign the contract, Xia Haoshuan walked to the third Prince Han's side and picked up the husky. He then checked the contract. When the third Prince Han heard Xia Haoshuan's words, he was both embarrassed and angry. This was definitely the biggest humiliation he had ever suffered in his life. He had been thinking about how to negotiate with Xia Haoshuan to reduce the compensation to the minimum. Who would have thought that he would be forced to sign the contract before he even opened his mouth? Moreover, he absolutely could not tell anyone about this. After all, if he was defeated by a puppy and was so scared that he did not even dare to look at the contents of the contract before signing the compensation contract, how could he still have the face to live? However, when the third Prince Han saw the smile on Xia Haoshuan's face and the contract in Yi Hao's hands, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Just now, in a moment of panic, he seemed to have signed the contract without looking at the contents. If this was a huge sum of compensation, when he thought of this, a cold sweat appeared on the third Prince Han's head. Third Prince Han, let's go out first. Xia Haoshuan did not plan to show the third Prince Han the contract and walked out directly. After all, the contract had the third prince's signature, as well as the Grand Han's official seal. Even if the third Prince Han wanted to go back, it would be useless. Unless the entire kingdom of Korea was shameless. As he watched Xia Haoshuan leave, the third Prince Han felt that he had fallen into a trap. His face turned pale. Your Highness, are you all right? When he saw Xia Haoshuan and the others leave, Sun Wu hurriedly helped the third Prince Han up. I don't want today's matter to spread, the third Prince Han said in a cold voice. Because just now, he had been defeated by the husky. It could be said that he had made a fool of himself. If this spread, it would be a fatal blow to his image. But Your Highness, do you know what was written on the contract? Sun Wu asked worriedly. When he heard Sun Wu's words, the third Prince Han's expression turned even uglier. This was also his concern. He had wanted to chase after Xia Haoshuan and see what was written on the contract. But when he thought of the mocking gazes of the people of Da Xia looking at him, he felt that he could not accept it. Let's go back to the relay station first and wait for Da Xia to send the contract of compensation. We'll know then. After the third Prince Han finished speaking, he patted the dust off his body and walked out of the courtyard. Sun Wu looked at the back of the third Prince Han and opened his mouth. In the end, he did not say anything and hurriedly followed. His Highness the Crown Prince is out so soon? Could it be that the discussion is already over? How is this possible? How can it be so fast? Everyone looked at Xia Haoshuan who had come out, their faces full of shock. One had to know that every year, the discussion was incomparably intense. It would take at least 2 to 4 hours, and at most half a day, but Xia Haoshuan and the third Prince Han had not even left for a quarter of an hour. Don't tell me that the third Prince Han just casually offered some compensation and sent His Highness away. That's very possible. Sigh, it seems like His Highness the Crown Prince has no experience in negotiations. Da Xia has probably suffered a great loss this time. Many people looked at Xia Haoshuan and said with regret. The second prince and the others looked at Xia Haoshuan who had come out so quickly, and a mocking smile appeared on their faces. I thought he had some ability, but it seems like he's just SOSO. The second prince snorted coldly. One had to know that he had participated in the negotiation of Da Xia's compensation to Da Korea in the past. Da Xia wanted to pay less resources, while Da Korea wanted to ask for more resources. Those two countries had to argue for a long time before they could reach a conclusion. The second prince did not believe that the third Prince Han would be easy to talk to and would not bargain with Xia Haoshuan when he asked for compensation. Therefore, in his opinion, Xia Haoshuan could come out so early. There were only two possibilities. Either Xia Haoshuan offered very little compensation and made the third Prince Han agree, or Xia Haoshuan encountered a problem and came to ask for help. However, he reckoned that the latter possibility was more likely because the third Prince Han did not come over. He thought that he might still be waiting in the negotiation area. Seeing Xia Haoshuan come out so quickly, the 5 grand elders frowned and looked at Xia Haoshuan. What's the matter? Did something happen to Xia Haoshuan? Xia Nantian frowned and looked at Xia Haoshuan. He thought that Xia Haoshuan had encountered a problem. Although Wang Xingyu and the others did not care about how much resources Da Korea had to pay, this was still related to Xia Haoshuan's reputation. After all, if Xia Haoshuan asked for very little compensation, Xia Haoshuan's reputation would be damaged and he would be suppressed by the second prince. Therefore, Wang Xingyu and the others looked at Xia Haoshuan with concern. This kid has no negotiating experience. If I had known, I would have gone with him to take a look, Wang Xingyu said regretfully. Obviously, Wang Xingyu also thought that Xia Haoshuan's negotiation was not going well. Reporting to Imperial Father, I've finished my discussion with the third Prince Han. Xia Haoshuan looked at Xia Nantian with worry in his eyes and a warm feeling in his heart as he smiled. Haha, Imperial Brother's negotiation speed is actually so fast. It's really worth learning from. The second prince sneered and said in a strange tone. It sounded like a compliment, but it was actually full of mockery. Xia Nantian looked at the list in Xia Haoshuan's hands and said, "Bring it here and let me take a look." Eunuch Qi walked directly to Xia Haoshuan's side, took the list respectfully, and presented it to Xia Nantian. Xia Nantian glanced at Xia Haoshuan and began to read the contents of the list. Chapter 1307. Everyone was curious about what was written on the list that could cause Xia Nantian's expression to change. When the second prince saw this scene, he sneered in his heart. He was already prepared to mock Xia Haoshuan later. The more Xia Nantian looked at the contents of the list, the more shocked he became. The list listed a huge amount of compensation. This was something he didn't even dare to imagine. This was far beyond his expectations. 10 billion copper coins, 1 billion silver coins, 100 million gold coins, 100,000 sets of weapons, 100,000 low-level body refinement realm pills, 3,000 low-level body refinement realm cultivation techniques, 300 Hutian realm cultivation techniques, 10 Xiantian realm cultivation techniques, 3 Lunmai realm cultivation techniques. Looking at the list of compensation listed one by one, Xia Nantian felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Even he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He couldn't help but wonder how the third Prince Han would agree to such a huge amount of compensation. This was because he had expected the Grand Han to compensate 1 billion copper coins, 100 million silver coins, and 10 million gold coins. As for the rest, he hadn't even thought about it. And the compensation he had expected was what Da Xia had compensated the Grand Han in the past. But now, the compensation on the list was more than 10 times more than what he had expected. As for the rest of the compensation, the value was immeasurable. The total value made Xia Nantian feel like the resources that Da Xia had compensated the Grand Han over the years were all paid back in one go. At this moment, he didn't even doubt the authenticity of the list. Xia Nantian also quickly looked at the third Prince Han's signature and visit seal. It's actually real. After Xia Nantian finished reading, he could tell whether it was real or fake with a single glance. Even Xia Nantian couldn't remain calm at this moment. His heart was filled with ecstasy. One had to know that every country had its own national fate, and the visiting seal contained the country's national fate. Xia Nantian could naturally tell that the seal on the list was the Grand Han's visit seal. The fate of the Grand Han Kingdom on it couldn't be faked. Good, good, good. Xia Nantian looked at Xia Haoshuan and praised him generously, saying the word good 3 times in a row. Xia Nantian looked at Xia Haoshuan with gratification in his eyes. What? His Majesty actually praised the Crown Prince. Did I hear wrongly? Could it be that His Majesty is siding with the Crown Prince again? Or is it that the Grand Han's compensation really satisfied His Majesty? Everyone was surprised to see Xia Nantian's reaction. In everyone's opinion, Xia Haoshuan had only been here for a short period of time. The amount of compensation that could be discussed with the Grand Han would definitely be pitifully small. It would be good enough if Xia Nantian didn't fly into a rage. How could it possibly make Xia Nantian so happy? Everyone looked at Xia Nantian with a puzzled expression. I wonder how much compensation the Crown Prince made the Grand Han sign to make His Majesty so happy. A trusted aide of the second prince stood up and asked respectfully, "Son of a bitch, even if father is siding with you, I'd like to see how father will cover up for you." At this moment, the second prince's expression was very cold. Clearly, in his opinion, Xia Nantian's laughter was to favor Xia Haoshuan, but the list was there, and according to convention, it should be known to all the officials. He wanted to see how Xia Nantian would cover up for Xia Haoshuan. Xia Nantian looked at the official who spoke. When the official met Xia Nantian's gaze, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and his body was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Although he was on the second prince's side, at this moment, he was still Xia Nantian's official. The world was still Xia Nantian's world. If Xia Nantian wanted him to live, he would live. If Xia Nantian wanted him to die, he would die. After all, he didn't want to be in the limelight either. But just now, when the second prince asked him to stand up, he had no choice but to stand up. After all, the second prince had a lot of information on him. If he didn't listen to the second prince, he would still die a terrible death. At this moment, he didn't dare to look Xia Nantian in the eye and hurriedly lowered his head in fear. But he couldn't stop the cold sweat from flowing down his body. Lord Tan. Xia Nantian looked at the official who spoke and called out. When Tan Lishi heard Xia Nantian call out to him, his heart trembled. He hurriedly said, "Yes, Your Majesty. Since Lord Tan is so curious, Lord Tan, how many resources will Da Xia be compensated by the Great Han? Please read it out for my beloved officials on my behalf," Xia Nantian continued. At this moment, Tan Lishi's heart was filled with a myriad of thoughts. He knew that he wouldn't have a good time in the imperial court in the future. He could only pray that the second prince would give him a good place to go. When the second prince heard that Xia Nantian had actually agreed to announce the contents of the list, he was delighted. He was already prepared to see how Xia Haoshuan would make a fool of himself. Eunuch Qi took the list from Xia Nantian and handed it to Tan Lishi. Tan Lishi's hands trembled as he took the list. He carefully glanced at the second prince. When the second prince nodded, he opened the list. This. When Tan Lishi saw the contents of the list, his eyes suddenly widened. His heart was in a state of shock. He couldn't believe that what he was seeing was real. How could the crown prince be so powerful? Tan Lishi couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. He really didn't want to read the list at this moment because he knew that if he did, it would definitely increase Xia Haoshuan's reputation. It would also be a fatal blow to the second prince. Lord Tan, why are you still standing there? The officials are still waiting for you. Seeing that Tan Lishi wasn't reading the list for a long time, the second prince urged him happily. When Tan Lishi heard the second prince's urging, his face turned even uglier. He believed that if he read the list, the smile on the second prince's face would immediately disappear. At this moment, he really wanted to tell the second prince that he couldn't read the list, but he couldn't do it. What are you still standing there for? The second prince urged him again. Obviously, he still thought that Lord Tan was afraid of Xia Nantian because he saw the contents of the list. After all, Xia Nantian was very happy when he saw the contents of the list. If the compensation on the list was very little, it would definitely damage Xia Nantian's reputation. If he wasn't careful, he would anger Xia Nantian. This was a crime punishable by death. However, at this moment, he couldn't care less about Tan Lishi's life. As long as he could deal a blow to Xia Haoshuan, losing an unimportant official was nothing to him. He didn't know that Tan Lishi didn't want to read the list because of him. When Tan Lishi heard the second prince's urging, he directly said, Da Han will compensate Da Xia's resources in copper coins, copper coins. Chapter 1308. When the second prince saw that Tan Lishi was hesitating to speak, he frowned and looked displeased. One of the officials saw that the second prince was impatient and looked displeased, so he quickly said, Lord Tan, please read it out. Tan Lishi took a deep breath and continued, the kingdom of Han will compensate Da Xia with 10 billion copper coins. What? 10 billion? Hiss. When everyone heard Tan Lishi's words, they were all shocked and gasped at the same time. Oh my God, did I hear wrongly? Is this for real? How could the kingdom of Han be willing to pay 10 billion copper coins? Lord Tan must have seen wrongly. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and disbelief. That was because 10 billion copper coins was equivalent to at least a year's worth of taxes for a state. In the past, Da Xia had only compensated the kingdom of Han with this amount of resources. They couldn't understand how the kingdom of Han could be so generous and agree to this amount of compensation in such a short period of time. In the past, Da Xia had to negotiate for half a day before compensating the kingdom of Han, hoping to reduce the compensation by a little. How did the crown prince do it? Many people looked at Xia Haoshuan curiously. This is impossible. How did he do it? How could the kingdom of Han compensate so much? The cold smile on the second prince's face instantly turned serious and ugly. While everyone was still in shock, Tan Lishi didn't stop there. He continued to read the list. 1 billion silver coins, 100 million gold coins, 100,000 sets of weapons, 100,000 low-level body refinement realm pills, 3,000 low-level body refinement realm cultivation manuals, 300 Hutian realm cultivation manuals, 10 Xiantian realm cultivation manuals, 3 Lunmai realm cultivation manuals. Silence. The entire place was dead silent. Everyone was so shocked that their mouths were wide open. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. The list of compensation was simply too frightening. Every time Tan Lishi read out an item, everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. How did the crown prince do it? Oh my god, the compensation this time will probably make Korea cough up all the resources that Da Xia has taken from them over the years. Oh my god, I'm not dreaming, am I? That prince of the Grand Han Kingdom actually agreed to such a huge compensation. Could it be that His Highness the Crown Prince used some sort of drug on him? After a while, everyone began to discuss in shock. After hearing Tan Lishi's words and hearing the discussions around them, the second prince's men recovered from their shock, and their expressions turned extremely ugly. The reason for that was because they were all prepared to ridicule Xia Haoshuan. But at this moment, how could they laugh? Unless their brains were damaged. And this matter would definitely cause Xia Haoshuan's reputation to be greatly improved. This was definitely disadvantageous to the second prince. At this moment, many people began to regret betraying Xia Haoshuan and joining the second prince's camp. After all, ever since Xia Haoshuan had regained his status as a prince, the shock he had brought to them had never stopped. They all wondered if Xia Haoshuan had changed into a different person. If Xia Haoshuan had once been Da Xia's genius, they now realized that they couldn't see through Xia Haoshuan at all. Impossible. It's fake. This contract is fake. It's definitely fake. The second prince shook his head repeatedly as he roared. What kind of joke was this? The resources that Xia Haoshuan had asked for were simply too frightening. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Even if it had been him who had negotiated with the third Prince Han, he would have felt that getting 10 billion copper coins for Da Xia would have been very good. But Xia Haoshuan had practically asked for back all the resources that Da Xia had compensated Da Xia over the years. In his opinion, even if the third Prince Han had gone crazy, he wouldn't have signed such a compensation contract. Upon hearing the second prince's words, the eyes of the officials in the second prince's camp lit up. In their hearts, they were also hoping that this contract was fake. After all, if this contract was real, then Xia Haoshuan would have made an unparalleled contribution to Da Xia and his reputation would soar. This would definitely be a huge blow to the second prince. However, if the contract turned out to be fake, then Xia Haoshuan would be accused of deceiving the emperor. Moreover, they were also a little doubtful about the authenticity of this contract. After all, the amount of resources that had to be compensated in this contract was truly frightening. In their opinion, unless the third Prince Han's brain was damaged, he wouldn't have signed such a contract. After all, to compensate so many resources at once, even the Grand Han Kingdom would have to suffer a huge loss. But when everyone saw Tan Lishi's signature and seal at the bottom of the contract, it was as if they had swallowed a fly and were speechless. Even if they said that the third Prince Han's signature was fake, they couldn't possibly say that the seal that contained the fate of the Da Xia kingdom was also fake, right? Hiss, how terrifying. At this moment, everyone simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, everyone was looking at Xia Haoshuan with shock in their eyes. Not to mention anything else, just this contract alone was probably something that no one else present besides Xia Haoshuan would dare to say that they could do. How did he do it? Countless people were looking at Xia Haoshuan with shock on their faces. Even the second prince was so shocked at this moment that he was speechless. I wonder if second brother is satisfied with the negotiations this time? Xia Haoshuan looked at the second prince and asked softly. When the second prince heard Xia Haoshuan's words, his face was incomparably red. After all, the contract in Tan Lishi's hand was like a ruthless slap to his face. Seeing that the second prince didn't say anything, Xia Haoshuan sneered and swept his gaze over the ministers behind the second prince. Your Highness, I'll just ask, who else is not satisfied with this contract? When they heard Xia Haoshuan's words, the ministers in the second prince's camp all hurriedly lowered their heads. This was because Xia Haoshuan's aura was too strong at this moment, and they simply couldn't resist. Thinking about it, at first, they had wanted to see Xia Haoshuan make a fool of himself. But now, Xia Haoshuan had directly used the contract to give all of them a ruthless slap in the face. Your Highness, well done. Fierce Tiger King couldn't help but praise. I really didn't expect this kid to have such a negotiation method. Wang Xingyu was also secretly shocked. At the beginning, he had been worried about Xia Haoshuan. Now, it seemed that his worries were all for nothing. Although Your Highness has never negotiated before, I'm guessing that you've read a lot of books on negotiation in your daily life. That's why the Grand Han was so willing to compensate you with so many resources. Fang Tu also speculated. If the third prince Han knew what Wang Xingyu and Fang Tu were thinking, who knew if he would vomit blood in anger? Chapter 1309. I wonder how my son negotiated with the third Prince Han? Xia Nantian could see the shocked expressions on the faces of countless citizens. A sense of pride welled up in his heart. Although he was an emperor, he was also a father. Who said that he was heartless to the royal family? He would also feel proud of his son. However, he was also very curious as to how Xia Haoshuan had negotiated and gotten the Da Han to compensate him with so many resources. This would definitely be recorded in the annals of the Da Xia dynasty for future generations to admire and learn from. Your son moved the third Prince Han with emotion and reason. Finally, after a deep discussion with the third Prince Han, the third Prince Han willingly signed this contract. Xia Haoshuan said with a smile, his face full of seriousness. When they heard Xia Haoshuan's words, the corners of Zhao Yun and the others' mouths twitched uncontrollably. They knew what had happened. The third Prince Han had only signed the contract because he had fallen into Xia Haoshuan's trap. At the same time, his life had also been threatened. How could he have moved the third prince with emotion and reason? Although Zhao Yun and the others knew the truth of the matter, the rest of the people naturally believed it when they saw Xia Haoshuan's serious expression. Many people couldn't help but imagine Xia Haoshuan arguing with the third Prince Han and persuading the third Prince Han. Many people's admiration for Xia Haoshuan rose spontaneously. Ha ha! My son has done well. I will reward him handsomely, Xia Nantian said happily. After thinking for a moment, Xia Nantian made a solemn decision and said, pass down my decree. Crown Prince Xia Haoshuan will be the young emperor. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard Xia Nantian's words. Young emperor. What was a young emperor? The status of the young emperor had already surpassed that of the crown prince. Even if Xia Nantian did not abdicate, Xia Haoshuan could still exercise the authority of the emperor. In other words, Xia Haoshuan's status was on the same level as Xia Nantian's. How could everyone not be shocked? As for the position of crown prince, Xia Nantian could still abolish it. However, even Xia Nantian did not have the right to depose the young emperor. That would require the 5 grand elders and Da Xia's ministers to make a joint decision. It could be said that a young emperor held a transcendent position in a country. However, the emperors of many countries would not confer the title of young emperor. Because this position was too important. Unless the emperor had already confirmed the next emperor and trusted the next emperor completely, only then would he confer the title. After all, imperial power was extremely tempting. Throughout history, there had been many cases where one's father had been killed to seize power. If Xia Haoshuan really became the young emperor, then Xia Haoshuan's position would be unshakable. He would be able to command all the civil and military officials. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The position of young emperor is no small matter. Isn't it too hasty to make a decision now? Yuan Hutian spoke up before the second prince could speak. Although Xia Haoshuan was the crown prince now, Yuan Hutian did not fear him. After all, he did not have to listen to Xia Haoshuan's orders. However, if Xia Haoshuan became the young emperor, then even Yuan Hutian would have to obey Xia Haoshuan's orders. Therefore, this was something he did not want to see. If Xia Haoshuan became the young emperor, then the second prince's future would be very difficult. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The officials in the second prince's camp all spoke up to stop him. The crown prince is a dragon among men. This time, he has made great contributions to Xia. Since your Majesty has conferred the title, the crown prince should become the young emperor. What reason do you have to stop him? Lord Fierce Tiger stood up and shouted. Your Majesty is wise. I am wholeheartedly convinced that the crown prince will become the young emperor. Fang Tu also hurriedly stood up and said. However, deep down, he was also extremely shocked by Xia Nantian's decision. He had not expected that Xia Nantian would actually give the position of young emperor to Xia Haoshuan. This most likely meant that Xia Haoshuan would be the ruler of Xia in the future. With such an opportunity, he naturally had to hug Xia Haoshuan's thigh and seek a way out for the Fang family. Therefore, he did not hesitate to agree with Xia Nantian's decision. No one had expected Wang Xingyu and the other two to stand up at this time. However, the crowd was relieved because Wang Xingyu and the other two had supported Xia Haoshuan in the first place. This made some officials who were originally neutral stand up and say, "We also agree with Your Majesty's decision." The reason why these neutral officials were still neutral was that they were still observing which camp they would take. After all, their future prospects and development had a lot to do with which camp they chose in advance. Xia Haoshuan's actions today naturally made many people think highly of Xia Haoshuan again. If Xia Haoshuan really became the young emperor, it was certain that he would become the emperor in the future. Now that they had stood up for Xia Haoshuan, it would naturally make a good impression on Xia Haoshuan. Therefore, if they did not stand up now, when would they stand up again? Your Majesty is wise. At this moment, many Xia citizens who were watching also knelt down and said, Xia Haoshuan had allowed Xia to defeat the Great Han, reclaim the lost land of the South region, and obtain such a huge compensation. This had allowed Xia to vent his anger. Therefore, Xia Haoshuan had attracted countless admirers, who all stood up to support Xia Haoshuan. When he saw this scene, the second prince's expression turned even uglier. At this moment, he finally felt real pressure from Xia Haoshuan. One had to know that Xia Haoshuan was nothing in his eyes before this. Previously, he had been able to make Xia Haoshuan lose everything. He believed that he could do the same this time. However, at this moment, he realized that the current Xia Haoshuan seemed to be a completely different person from the previous Xia Haoshuan who only knew how to cultivate and was not scheming. If Xia Haoshuan could cultivate again, the second prince could take it that Xia Haoshuan had encountered a good opportunity. However, Xia Haoshuan still could not be compared to the second prince. After all, becoming the emperor was not something that could be done alone. It required the support of others. The second prince felt that Xia Haoshuan could not compare to him when he had the support of Yuan Hutian and the other officials. However, in such a short period of time, Xia Haoshuan had actually won the support of so many people in such a short period of time. This made him a little flustered. No, I must not let him become the young emperor, the second prince roared in his heart. This was because if Xia Haoshuan became the young emperor, all his plans would be disrupted. Furthermore, it would pose a fatal threat to him. I have made up my mind. No one can object. Xia Nantian exuded a powerful aura as he spoke. Xia Nantian was the emperor of Xia. The aura that he had cultivated over a long period of time was not something that many people could resist. Chapter 13:10. But Fierce Tiger King wanted to say something, but when he saw Xia Haoshuan's resolute gaze, he did not stop him. Do you need me to send some people to follow Zhao Yun? No need. I plan to go with Zhao Yun. Xia Haoshuan directly stated his plan. What? Your Highness, you mustn't. The Black Dragon sect is undoubtedly a tiger's den. Your Highness, you mustn't go. That's right. Your Highness, this matter must be discussed again. When the three of them heard Xia Haoshuan's words, they immediately spoke up to stop him. What a joke. What kind of place was the Black Dragon sect? That was a place that even they did not dare to casually set foot in. Now that Xia Haoshuan wanted to go to the Black Dragon sect, in their opinion, it was absolutely dangerous. Of course, they would not agree. The concern and worry in their eyes warmed Xia Haoshuan's heart once again. Who said that he had no support in Xia? With these three people, Xia Haoshuan felt that he had half of the country. Moreover, he was an orphan in his previous life. In this life, he finally felt how wonderful it was to be cared for by others. This gave Xia Haoshuan a new sense of conviction in his heart. He would work hard to become stronger and protect those who cared about him and those who cared about him. Grandfather, uncle, General Fang, how can an eagle soar in the sky without experiencing wind and rain? Xia Haoshuan looked at the three of them with a resolute gaze. When the three of them saw Xia Haoshuan's resolute gaze, they suddenly did not know whether they should stop him or not. Xia Haoshuan was right. The strong grew in adversity and were destroyed in comfort. However, the Black Dragon sect was really too dangerous. They were really worried. Don't worry. I will definitely go to the Black Dragon sect if I have the confidence. Besides, I'm not stupid enough to throw my life away. Xia Haoshuan continued without waiting for the three of them to speak. The three of them looked at each other. Wang Xingyu said, "All right then. Your Highness, you must act according to your ability. Don't try to be brave." Millimeter. Xia Haoshuan nodded. Then, Your Highness, when do we depart? Fierce Tiger King inquired. Let's go now. Xia Haoshuan said with a smile. So hasty. The three of them were shocked when they heard Xia Haoshuan's word. I want to catch the Black Dragon sect off guard. After all, someone will definitely notify the Black Dragon sect in advance so that they can be prepared. After Xia Haoshuan finished speaking, he couldn't help but look towards the second prince's palace. Now that he had become the young emperor, there was no way the second prince would let it go. If the second prince wanted to deal with him, he would have to deal with Zhao Yun first. Therefore, he guessed that in order to kill Zhao Yun, the second prince would definitely need the help of the Black Dragon sect. His Highness means that they will inform the Black Dragon sect. When Wang Xingyu heard Xia Haoshuan's words, he followed Xia Haoshuan's gaze and looked over. Suddenly, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Most likely, Xia Haoshuan knew the second prince's character very well. In order to deal with him, the second prince would definitely do anything. If it weren't for Xia Nanshan's feelings and the lack of conclusive evidence, he would have slapped the second prince to death. Now, it was up to the second prince himself. If the second prince continued to court death, then he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. Grandfather, royal uncle, Marshal Fang, I still have some matters to attend to. Once I'm done, I'll head straight to the Black Dragon sect. Xia Haoshuan said without waiting for the three of them to speak. This was because he knew that if he continued speaking, the three of them might stop him again. In a quiet corner, Wu Song and Sun Shangxiang bowed respectfully to Xia Haoshuan. Greetings, Your Highness. How are things going? Xia Haoshuan looked at the two of them and asked. The two of us already have some trusted subordinates in the Dark Guards Alliance. At the same time, we've completed a few missions and are starting to make a name for ourselves. It won't be long before we attract the second prince's attention, Wu Song said. Well done. I want the two of you to take over the entire Dark Guards Alliance in the shortest time possible. Can you do that? Xia Haoshuan asked in a low voice. It shouldn't be a problem. It's just that the head of the Dark Guards has many trusted subordinates in the Dark Guards Alliance that will affect our movement. I'm worried that if we make too big of a move, it will arouse the head of the Dark Guard's suspicion. Wu Song continued. Then kill him. Do it cleanly. Xia Haoshuan's voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. What he wanted to do now was to make the second prince lose everything. In Xia Haoshuan's opinion, killing the second prince would be letting him off too easily given what he had done to him. And there was a better way to deal with such people. That was to make them climb even higher. Because sometimes, the higher a person climbed, the worse it would be for them when they fell. Xia Haoshuan looked forward to the day when the second prince found out that the Dark Guard's alliance that he had worked so hard to establish no longer belonged to him. What would his expression be? Yes. The two of them nodded, looking delighted. Because what they wanted was Xia Haoshuan's answer. They had long wanted to get rid of some stumbling blocks, but without Xia Haoshuan's orders, they couldn't do it. Xia Haoshuan waved at the two of them, and the two of them immediately turned and left. The show has just begun. Xia Haoshuan's lips curled into a cold smile. My good brother, you were the one who kept attacking previously. Now it's time for me to retaliate. I hope you're not too weak. Then, Xia Haoshuan's figure disappeared into the night. What did you say? Xia Haoshuan left the imperial city overnight with Zhao Yun. The second prince was delighted when he received the report from his subordinate early in the morning. Your Highness, what's made you so happy? At that moment, Yuan Hutian walked in through the door. Uncle, that good-for-nothing left the imperial city overnight with Zhao Yun, the second prince said with a smile. What? That kid can't be thinking of going to the Black Dragon sect too, right? Yuan Hutian hadn't expected this and was shocked when he heard the news. That's very likely. Uncle, this is a great opportunity. The second prince looked at Yuan Hutian excitedly. I also didn't expect that kid to seek his own death. Since he dared to leave the imperial city, he can forget about coming back. Yuan Hutian's eyes were bloodthirsty. I'll send someone to the Black Dragon sect right away, Yuan Hutian said and left without waiting for the second prince's response. Uncle is still as swift and decisive as ever. As he watched Yuan Hutian's back, the second prince smiled again. This was because he felt that his spring had arrived once again. As long as Xia Haoshuan died in the Black Dragon sect, Da Xia's world would still belong to him. At that moment, the third Prince Han was drinking alone in a relay station. Sun Wu walked in with an ugly expression on his face, holding the contract in his hands. Chapter 13:13. When he received the contract, he couldn't help but take a look at it. When he saw the compensation, he was shocked. Is there a lot of compensation? Seeing Sun Wu's expression, the third Prince Han frowned and asked with a sullen expression. Ever since he signed the contract, he had been feeling uneasy. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. Therefore, he guessed that there would be a lot of compensation in the contract. This time, he reckoned that he had been ripped off by Xia Haoshuan. A lot, it's not just a lot. It's an astronomical figure. Sun Wu roared in his heart. However, he didn't dare to say anything. Instead, he carefully placed the contract in front of the third Prince Han. Your Highness, please calm down. When the third Prince Han saw Sun Wu's reaction, he put down the wineglass in his hand and picked up the contract. When his gaze fell on the contract, his eyes were filled with boundless anger. Phut! The third Prince Han was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bam! The third Prince Han slammed the contract on the table and roared through gritted teeth, Xia Haoshuan, I'm not done with you. We won't rest until one of us is dead. Sun Wu wasn't surprised to see the third Prince Han like this. After all, the compensation was an astronomical figure. Originally, the third Prince Han had come to Da Xia to humiliate Da Xia and ask for a large sum of compensation to increase his reputation. In fact, he had come to Da Xia to gild his reputation. As long as everything went smoothly, the third Prince Han would be able to become the crown prince and stabilize his position. However, things didn't go as planned. Not only did the third Prince Han lose the competition, but he also lost two Lun Mai powerhouses. Now, he had signed such a huge compensation contract for Da Han. Without a doubt, no matter how much Emperor Han favored the third Prince Han, the third Prince Han couldn't escape the blame this time. His status might even plummet. This would provide an opportunity for the other princes to deal with the third Prince Han. Simply put, the damage that Xia Haoshuan had done to the third Prince Han was absolutely fatal. Your Highness, please calm down. I have a piece of news. Who knows, we might be able to kill Xia Haoshuan. At this moment, Sun Wu suddenly thought of something and said, What news? The third Prince Han urged as soon as he heard that he might be able to kill Xie Haoshuan. I heard that Xie Haoshuan left the imperial city last night. Sun Wu continued. Why did he leave the imperial city? Third Prince Han frowned again. Why? Sun Wu Haoshuan? Haoshuan's TT? So you're saying that Xie Haoshuan might go to the Black Dragon sect? Third Prince Han's eyes lit up as he spoke. Even though he was a citizen of the Grand Han Kingdom, he had still heard of the Black Dragon sect. I'm not sure, but it's very likely, Sun Wu said. Haha. Even the heavens are on my side. If Xie Haoshuan is really courting death by heading to the Black Dragon sect, I'll make sure he never comes back. The third Prince Han wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and beamed. 5 days later, in the palaces of the 5 Grand Elders, what did you say, little fellow? That little brat is heading to the Black Dragon sect. The Grand Elder looked at Xie Nantian worriedly. I came to report as soon as I received the news from the auxiliary city. Xie Nantian looked at the Grand Elder and said cautiously. Fool. The Grand Elder shouted. That brat is Da Xie's hope. He has to grow up. Nothing can happen to him. Don't you know that his life will be in danger if he heads to the Black Dragon sect? I didn't think that Xian would head to the Black Dragon sect either. I didn't pay much attention to him when he was playing in the auxiliary city for 5 days. Who would have thought that he would suddenly use the transportation formation today? However, I believe that Xian has his own plans and won't be too rash, Xie Nantian said. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. Open the transportation formation for me. I'll stop that brat, the Grand Elder said hurriedly. The other Grand Elders also had worried and anxious looks on their faces. After all, they saw the hope of Da Xie's rise in Xie Haoshuan. Naturally, they couldn't see Xie Haoshuan in any danger. Therefore, when they heard that Xie Haoshuan was heading to the Black Dragon sect, which was a dangerous place, how could they not be worried? Grand Elders, our transportation formation can only be used once every half a month. Xian has already used it. I don't think we can use it for the next half a month, Xie Nantian said when he heard the Grand Elder's words. If we help him for a month, it will be too late. The Grand Elder frowned and made up his mind. Old Third, Old Fifth, follow me to the Black Dragon sect. Yes. The third and fifth Grand Elders could see the grave expression on the Grand Elder's face and knew that this was no small matter. Thus, they nodded at the same time. Grand Elders, are we going to rush over? Even if the 3 of you are faster than ordinary people, it will still take you 2 or 3 days to reach the Black Dragon sect. Xie Nantian was shocked when he heard the Grand Elder's words. We can't care about that anymore, the Grand Elder said before he sped off. The 3rd Grand Elder and the 5th Grand Elder quickly followed. Nantian, why are you so muddle-headed this time? I hope nothing happens to that kid. Otherwise, you will suffer. Do you know how much the Grand Elder values that kid? The 2nd and 4th Grand Elders said as they looked at Xie Nantian. Xie Nantian's mouth moved, but he didn't say anything. Actually, deep down, he still chose to believe that Xie Haoshuan wouldn't act rashly. The fact that Xie Haoshuan had dared to go to the Black Dragon sect meant that Xie Haoshuan was really confident. Xian, don't let me down, Xie Nantian couldn't help but hope. Phew. So this is the teleportation portal. Xie Haoshuan stepped into the teleportation portal. He felt as if his eyes were being blinded by the white light. His head felt a little dizzy. Before long, he realized that he had already left the imperial capital auxiliary city. In Da Xie, because some counties were far away, teleportation portals were carved between the imperial capital and the imperial capital for the purpose of transmitting emergency messages. As the name suggested, teleportation portals were used to teleport people from one place to another by relying on the array formation. Most of the teleportation portals in Da Xie's imperial capital were carved in the auxiliary city. After all, the imperial capital was an important place. Therefore, there was a need to worry that someone would snatch the teleportation portals in the auxiliary city and teleport to the Da Xie Empire, which would bring about negative consequences. Therefore, Building the teleportation portals in the auxiliary city could reduce a lot of trouble. Greetings, sirs. May I know who the two of you are? Right after Xia Haoshuan exited the teleportation formation, a middle-aged man hurriedly ran over and asked respectfully, "What happened?" Chapter 13-14. Whoosh. In an instant, the entire army knelt down obediently without hesitation. After all, they had seen how powerful Su Lai and Yu Ganglai were. Even the Yufeng Emperor, the 10 great ghost generals, the 10th third prince, and the left prince consort were killed instantly. At this moment, the crown prince knelt down in front of Yi Hao and handed over the imperial jade seal. They did not dare to disobey Yi Hao. "You guys, come over here." Yi Hao glanced at the crowd and saw a few generals with decent strength, and said. The generals did not expect Yi Hao to call for them at this moment. This caused their hearts to jump to their throats in an instant. "Sir, please spare our lives." The few of them scrambled to Yi Hao's side and hurriedly begged for mercy. They were afraid that they had offended Yi Hao and angered Yi Hao. "Don't be nervous, don't resist," Yi Hao said, and used the earth termination black gas on them to control them. After all, it was too troublesome to pick new people to control the army in front of him. Therefore, he might as well control these generals and make them work for him. They were confused and did not understand what Yi Hao had done. "Come on, let's go in." Yi Hao no longer cared about these people and directly walked into the imperial city. He left behind a group of soldiers who were at a loss. The moment Yi Hao left, he saw the confused generals rolling on the ground in pain. When the crown prince saw this, he could not help but turn around to take a look. What did he do to them? The crown prince felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the generals in pain. "Your lives are in my hands. If you want to live, you'd better listen to my orders." At this moment, Yi Hao's voice sounded in the generals' minds. After Yi Hao's voice disappeared, the generals felt the pain of death disappear. They looked at Yi Hao's back with fear in their eyes. Obviously, that excruciating pain had left a deep impression on them that could not be erased. The generals looked at each other and quickly kowtowed to Yi Hao's back. "My lord, these are all the spirit coins in the imperial city of the Yufeng dynasty. Of course, most of the spirit coins in the Yufeng dynasty are not in the imperial city. If my lord wants more, I can continue to collect them." The crown prince handed over 10 interspatial rings filled with spirit coins. The number of spirit coins was in the hundreds of millions. To be honest, the crown prince's heart ached to hand over these spirit coins. After all, these were the wealth that the Yufeng dynasty had accumulated over many years. But now, it was emptied out. The Yufeng dynasty's treasury was of Yufeng dynasty's spirit coins. However, he didn't dare to disobey Yi Hao's orders. He obediently handed over all the spirit coins to Yi Hao. Yi Hao took all the spirit coins. After taking a look, he nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected of a dynasty that was about to become an empire, the wealth and resources they had were indeed incomparably abundant. It should be known that when Yi Hao destroyed the Fire Beacon dynasty, he also collected all of the Fire Beacon dynasty's spirit coins. However, the number of spirit coins was not even 1/3 of the interspatial rings. Therefore, this indirectly proved that, even if they were from the same dynasty, there was still a huge gap between them. "My lord, these are the spirit herbs that you need. Most of them are stored in the imperial city's treasury. Qin daylily grass, dragon gold grass, illusory heartvine, nine-tailed dragon sunflower, zorizir bloodgrass. There are not many of these spirit herbs in the imperial city's treasury." The crown prince looked at Yi Hao and said cautiously. He was afraid that Yi Hao would punish him. Evidently, at this moment, his fear towards Yi Hao had already reached its peak. Yi Hao took the 2 interspatial rings. After checking, he found that the Yufeng dynasty still had most of the spirit herbs. Most of the spirit herbs were in the tens of thousands. This caused Yi Hao to nod his head in satisfaction. This was because these spiritual herbs were enough to support him in raising his alchemist level. As for the other interspatial ring, it contained some precious spirit herbs. Most of them were the spirit herbs needed to refine the spirit heaven realm leveling pill. Of course, there were some that Yi Hao estimated were precious spirit herbs used to deceive others. However, the number of these spirit herbs was pitifully small. The most was Qin daylily grass. There were more than 200 of them. As for the rest, there were more than 100 of them. As for the most precious illusory heartvine and nine-tailed dragon sunflower, there were even fewer of them. There were only a dozen of them. This made Yi Hao frown. It seemed that it was as Yu Ganglai had said, that he had to go to the third and third-rank empires to search for spirit herbs. Otherwise, with these spirit herbs in front of him, even if he successfully refined all of them into spirit heaven realm leveling pills, there would only be a few dozen of them. This was under the condition that his luck was good. Otherwise, it would be difficult to refine even a few dozen of them. When the Crown Prince saw Yi Hao frown, he panicked. He thought that Yi Hao was not satisfied with the number of spirit herbs. The Crown Prince hurriedly said, "My lord, some of these spirit herbs are too precious. The Yufeng dynasty does not have such powerful alchemists, so we did not store so many spirit herbs." "It's fine. You did well." When Yi Hao heard the Crown Prince's words, he waved his hand nonchalantly. He knew that the Crown Prince was right. Even Elder Yin's Muden city specialized in refining pills. Even Elder Yin did not have these spirit herbs. For the Yufeng dynasty to be able to produce these spirit herbs, it was a good harvest for him. "Don't resist." Yi Hao looked at the Crown Prince and said, "Yes." The Crown Prince knew that in order to survive, he could only obey Yi Hao's orders unconditionally. Soon, Yi Hao finished using the secret technique on the Crown Prince. From now on, the Yufeng dynasty is no more. It will be merged into the Tianyuan Empire. Perform well, and I will not treat you unfairly. Yi Hao said to the Crown Prince. "Me? The Tianyuan Empire?" When the Crown Prince heard Yi Hao's words, he was first stunned and then shocked. "Could my lord be the new emperor of the empire?" The Crown Prince looked at Yi Hao and asked in shock. He knew that Yi Hao was related to the new empire. However, he would never have thought that Yi Hao was the new emperor of the empire. This was because he couldn't believe that the emperor who had suddenly risen to power was so young. "That's right." Yi Hao nodded and said, "My lord, I have no objections to the Yufeng dynasty merging into the Tianyuan Empire, but..." The Crown Prince looked troubled. Chapter 13-15. Black Dragon looked at Xia Haoshuan in the crowd and immediately asked. Because Xia Haoshuan's clothes were different, he could naturally tell that Xia Haoshuan's identity was not ordinary. At this moment, his face was filled with anger. He did not expect to receive news that someone was attacking the Black Dragon sect. He immediately rushed over with his men, but what he did not expect was that Xia Haoshuan's speed was so fast. He had actually reached the fourth mountain of the Black Dragon sect. And at this moment, the people on the fourth mountain were almost all slaughtered. One had to know that there were quite a number of disciples on each of his mountains. There were at least 2,000 people on each mountain. In other words, he had lost 8,000 to 9,000 people in a short period of time. This made his heart bleed. How could he not be angry? One must know that last time, Yuan Hutian had come with 3,000 elites. He had led his men and blocked Yuan Hutian outside the sect, not even giving him the chance to step into the Black Dragon sect. But now, Xia Haoshuan had actually fought his way to the fourth mountain peak without a word, and only then did he rush over. This was definitely the biggest loss he had ever suffered in history. "This is Da Xia's Crown Prince, Xia Haoshuan," Zhao Yun directly answered when he heard Black Dragon's question. "What, it's you?" Black Dragon's eyes narrowed. "Why are you here so quickly? Didn't you come 3 days later?" Black Dragon did not believe that his subordinate would lie to him. "Isn't that because you are too stupid?" Xia Haoshuan could not help but chuckle when he heard Black Dragon's words. However, Xia Haoshuan had no intention of stopping his killing of the Black Dragon sect's disciples. "Impudent, a mere child dares to insult the sect master. You are courting death." One of the protectors was furious when he heard Xia Haoshuan's words. He activated his martial skill and was about to attack Xia Haoshuan. Wind slash. How is this possible? But the moment the deacon activated his martial skill, his expression changed drastically. Because he didn't use his spiritual power, he didn't realize that the spiritual power in his body had decreased by more than half. What's wrong? Why aren't you doing anything? Black Dragon shouted in dissatisfaction when he saw the deacon's expression. Sect leader, I feel like I've lost more than half of my strength, the protector said in a panic. How is this possible? Black Dragon frowned. Not good, Sect Master, I can't feel the power in my body, I can feel it too. My power has been greatly reduced. What the hell? How could this be? And at this moment, many people looked anxiously at Black Dragon. The Black Dragon wasn't stupid. It naturally sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly mobilized its spiritual energy. He discovered that although his spiritual power wasn't as bad as the others, it was indeed much weaker. What the hell is going on? Black Dragon was starting to panic. Isn't it a little too late to realize it now? Xia Haoshuan chuckled when he saw Black Dragon's expression. It's you. When Black Dragon heard Xia Haoshuan's words, he immediately roared, what kind of trick are you playing? If you want to know, go to hell and ask. Zhao Yun, do it. Xia Haoshuan ordered Zhao Yun. As the saying goes, to catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. Since Black Dragon had appeared, he naturally had to be killed first. Yes. When Zhao Yun heard Xia Haoshuan's order, he immediately charged at Black Dragon. Mitch, you're courting death. I'll kill you first, then capture that kid and interrogate him properly. Black Dragon snorted when he saw Zhao Yun charging at him. Although his strength had decreased, it was clear that he still didn't put Zhao Yun in his eyes. This was because in his eyes, other than the patriarch of Da Xia, he probably didn't care about anyone else. Black Dragon / Black Dragon immediately used his superior yellow-ranked martial skill. One had to know that Black Dragon's martial skill was definitely one of the top martial skills in Da Xia. This was because yellow-ranked martial skills were divided into 3 grades, superior, intermediate, and inferior. As for the superior martial skills above the superior grade, they were extremely rare. And when a martial artist had the support of a martial skill, their strength would also increase greatly. Of course, the higher the grade of the martial skill, the more powerful it would be. It's actually a superior yellow-ranked martial skill, and it's at least at the Mahayana realm, Wu Yuqi exclaimed when she saw Black Dragon's martial skill. At the same time, she was worried for Zhao Yun. One had to know that as one's proficiency level increased, martial skills would be divided into 4 grades: inferior, intermediate, Mahayana, and dream realization. As one's proficiency level increased, their power would also increase. At this moment, Black Dragon was using a superior yellow-ranked martial skill, and his proficiency level had reached the Mahayana realm. He definitely wasn't someone that ordinary opponents of the same level could deal with. Unless Zhao Yun was stronger than Black Dragon, or had a cultivation technique stronger than Black Dragon's, he wouldn't be a match for Black Dragon. Sect Master is mighty, Sect Master killed him. When the Black Dragon sect saw Black Dragon attack, they all shouted excitedly. This was because in their eyes, Black Dragon was definitely an invincible existence. So in their eyes, Black Dragon killing Zhao Yun was a piece of cake. When Zhao Yun saw Black Dragon's attack, his eyes narrowed. He didn't dare to underestimate it and shouted, "Brilliant silver spear." Then, Zhao Yun's courage of Dragon's silver spear emitted a terrifying aura. In an instant, countless silhouettes of the spear appeared, emitting a dazzling light. Heavens! What grade of martial skill is this? Superior yellow-ranked. And it's even superior yellow-ranked. Wu Yuqi was stunned when she saw Zhao Yun's martial skill. At this moment, she realized that even with her experience, she couldn't see the grade of Zhao Yun's martial skill. She couldn't even see the proficiency level of Zhao Yun's martial skill. It seemed to have surpassed the Mahayana realm, and even reached the peak of the Mahayana realm, but there was something different about it. How could Wu Yuqi know that Zhao Yun's martial skill was a heavenly fate martial skill that was bestowed by the system? The grade of Zhao Yun's martial skill wasn't limited to that grade, and it would increase as Zhao Yun's strength increased. It was not like normal martial techniques. As the cultivator's cultivation increased, they would become of little value and would not be of any use. Moreover, because this martial skill was innate, Zhao Yun's proficiency in it had already surpassed the peak of the Mahayana realm. Instead, it had reached the legendary level of perfection, which was even higher than the peak of the Mahayana realm. For ordinary people, it would take years or even decades to cultivate a martial skill to the Mahayana realm, let alone the peak of the Mahayana realm. That was even more difficult. As for cultivating a martial skill to the Mahayana realm, it didn't just require time and talent. It also required a certain amount of luck. Therefore, those who could cultivate a martial skill to the Mahayana realm were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. Bang! Chapter 13:16. This was because the amount of experience points needed to level up was 10 times more than before. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrade, you still have to work hard. Yi Hao had no choice but to continue refining pills. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 alchemy experience point. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 alchemy experience point. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 alchemy experience point. What kind of pills is the Lord refining? Why is he taking so long? He's working too hard. The Crown Prince looked at the hall in front of him. The entire hall was filled with the fragrance of the pills. After all, 10 days had already passed. In other words, Yi Hao had been refining pills for 10 days. He was very curious about what kind of pills Yi Hao was refining for Yi Hao to do it personally. In his opinion, with Yi Hao's ability, it shouldn't be a problem for him to find a powerful alchemist. Could it be that the Lord is seeking a breakthrough? But after being in seclusion for so long, doesn't he feel tired? In the end, the Crown Prince also guessed that Xia Haoshuan was seeking a breakthrough. Creak. At this moment, the door to the main hall was finally opened. Greetings, Lord. The Crown Prince saw Yi Hao come out and quickly bowed. How long have I been in seclusion? Yi Hao looked at the Crown Prince and asked. Lord, a total of 10 days. The Crown Prince quickly replied. An alchemist who broke through to the spiritual martial realm in 10 days. Not bad. Yi Hao heard the Crown Prince and muttered in satisfaction. What spiritual martial realm alchemist? Although Yi Hao's voice was soft, the Crown Prince heard it clearly. He couldn't help but look at Yi Hao in shock. He couldn't believe that Yi Hao was an alchemist in the spiritual martial realm. If that was true, then Yi Hao was definitely an alchemy genius. No. He felt that an alchemy genius could no longer be described as Yi Hao. Yi Hao was simply a monster in alchemy. He had terrifying talent in alchemy. To think that he even thought that Yi Hao being an Artman body-level alchemist was already a very good achievement. Obviously, he had underestimated Yi Hao. There are quite a lot of elixirs inside. Go and find some bottles to store them. Don't waste them. Yi Hao looked at the shocked Crown Prince and said. In the beginning, he still had some bottles for storing pills. However, the medicinal pills that he refined later on were really too many. His medicinal pill bottles were also used up completely. Therefore, he straightforwardly threw all the medicinal pills on the ground. Yes. Crown Prince nodded when he heard Yi Hao's words. But when he walked into the main hall, he saw a small mountain of pills piled up in the main hall. This gave him a fright. How can there be so many? The Crown Prince was shocked to find that all the pills present were finished products. Not a single one of them was damaged. How did the Lord do it? The Crown Prince couldn't help but think in shock. This was because he knew alchemists very well. Therefore, it was inevitable for an alchemist to fail in refining pills. No alchemist could achieve a 100% success rate in refining pills, unless they were extremely familiar with a particular type of pill and were extremely familiar with it. Only then would it be possible. However, there were several types of pills in front of him. If Yi Hao could refine all of them to the point of perfection, how long would it take for him to reach that level? However, Yi Hao had done it. He had successfully refined all the pills without a single failure. In his opinion, this was a complete miracle. Wait a minute, the quality of these pills are actually perfect. Just as the Crown Prince was shocked by the number and success rate of Yi Hao's refinement, he suddenly saw the flaw on the ground. For a moment, he was so shocked that he couldn't take his eyes off the pills on the ground. As the Crown Prince, he was still able to distinguish the quality of pills. Even if it was him, the pills that he usually consumed were almost all of the high-grade pills. That was already considered very good. Because perfect quality pills were too difficult to refine, it was impossible to obtain and consume them in large quantities. But now, he realized that all the pills on the ground had reached the perfect grade. How is this possible? How can they all be perfect quality pills? The Crown Prince was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. If there were only a few perfect quality pills, then it wouldn't be a big deal. He wouldn't be so shocked. However, all the pills in front of him were of perfect quality. This made him unable to remain calm. He didn't doubt that if this matter were to spread, the entire world would be shocked. He even suspected that Yi Hao was an alchemy genius from a powerful alchemy faction. The Crown Prince hurriedly walked out of the main hall and closed the door. He instructed the guard, "Go and prepare some bottles for storing pills. Remember to make sure that they are of good quality. When the time comes, just place them at the door." The Crown Prince had originally planned to get someone to collect all the pills in the main hall. However, when he saw the quality of those pills, he decided to collect them himself. Firstly, it was because those perfect quality pills were indeed extremely precious. Secondly, he was worried that if this matter were to spread, it would lead to something unfavorable to Yi Hao. After all, they were all medicinal pellets. Yet, all of the medicinal pellets before him were of perfect quality. This caused him to be unable to remain calm. He didn't doubt that if this matter were to spread, the entire world would be shocked. He even suspected that Yi Hao was an alchemy genius from a powerful alchemy faction. The Crown Prince hurriedly walked out of the main hall and closed the door. He instructed the guard, "Go and prepare some bottles for storing pills. Remember to make sure that they are of good quality. When the time comes, just place them at the door." The Crown Prince had originally planned to get someone to collect all the pills in the main hall. However, when he saw the quality of those pills, he decided to collect them himself. Firstly, it was because those perfect quality pills were indeed extremely precious. Secondly, he was worried that if this matter were to spread, it would lead to something unfavorable to Yi Hao. After all, they were all medicinal pellets. Yet, all of the medicinal pellets before him were of perfect quality. This caused him to be unable to remain calm. He didn't doubt that if this matter were to spread, the entire world would be shocked. He even suspected that Yi Hao was an alchemy genius from a powerful alchemy faction. The Crown Prince hurriedly walked out of the main hall and closed the door. He instructed the guard, "Go and prepare some bottles for storing pills. Remember to make sure that they are of good quality. When the time comes, just place them at the door." Chapter 13:17. A single cannonball directly captured 4 clownfish. At the same time, a system notification rang out in Xia Haoshuan's mind. The effect is not bad. Xia Haoshuan was very satisfied with the capturing effect of this cannon. Bang! 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 Xia Haoshuan continuously fired several cannonballs into the school of fish. Boom! 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 In an instant, fish were constantly being caught. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for capturing formation clownfish. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 formation experience point. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for capturing formation clownfish. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 formation experience point. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for capturing formation clownfish. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 formation experience point. In order to quickly obtain formation master experience points, Xia Haoshuan's hands did not stop moving at all. Wherever there were more fish, that was where he attacked. Xia Haoshuan's formation master experience points were also rapidly increasing. However, Xia Haoshuan also discovered that the experience points needed to level up as a formation master was actually much more than the experience points needed to level up as a martial artist. He had already obtained a few hundred experience points and there were no signs of him needing to level up. However, Xia Haoshuan thought that a first-grade formation master could crush a group of martial artists below the 10th level of the body refinement realm, and he was relieved. It was the same for ordinary formation masters. It was possible for a martial artist to advance by 4 or 5 small realms, while a formation master might not even break through to the first grade. However, as long as a formation master broke through 1 realm, it was equivalent to a martial artist breaking through 10 small realms. Therefore, it was understandable that it was difficult for a formation master to break through. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for capturing formation clownfish. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 formation experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for capturing formation clownfish. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 formation experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, first grade formation master. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining a first grade formation heart. At this moment, the system prompt finally sounded in Xia Haoshuan's mind. What the hell is a first-grade heart of refining array? Xia Haoshuan didn't expect the system to reward him with something. Xia Haoshuan also hurriedly looked at the introduction of the first-grade refining array heart. First-grade heart of formation. After the host consumes it, the power of a first-grade formation will increase by 10%. It's so powerful. Xia Haoshuan was overjoyed when he saw the introduction of the first-grade refining array heart. Didn't this mean that he was invincible among array refiners of the same level? After all, the array that the other party had created was on the same level as his own array. But because he had the heart of array, he could directly increase his power by 10%. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the first refinement array heart. Next, when the host captures the array experience clownfish, there is a chance to obtain another first-grade refinement array heart. The system notification sounded again. I can even obtain the heart of array refinement. Xia Haoshuan was overjoyed when he heard the system's notification. In his opinion, the heart of refining formation was definitely a rare treasure. He originally thought that it would be good enough if the system could reward him with one. What he didn't expect was that he could obtain a first-grade refinement array heart by capturing the array experience clownfish. If he could obtain 8 or 10 refinement array hearts, wouldn't it mean that the power of the first-grade formations he created in the future would be doubled? Then what are we waiting for? Xia Haoshuan was excited and continued to press the button of the cannon. Bang! 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 Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for capturing the array clownfish. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 array experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for capturing the array clownfish. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 array experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining a first-grade spirit gathering array. You can learn it now. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for capturing the array clownfish. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 array experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for capturing the array clownfish. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 array experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining a first-grade array heart. You can merge it with the previous array heart. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for capturing the array clownfish. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 array experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining a first-grade armor array. You can learn it now. As Xia Haoshuan continued to capture, the system notifications in his mind kept ringing for a while. At this moment, Xia Haoshuan was completely immersed in the joy of capturing. That little guy won't run away, right? The Crimson Flame Nether Dragon waited for a long time and saw Xia Haoshuan leave, but he didn't return. To be honest, he was really looking forward to Xia Haoshuan leaving this place and never coming back. Because in his opinion, it was impossible for Xia Haoshuan to find a third-grade array refinement master. Since he couldn't find a third-grade array refinement master, the probability of breaking the 10-sided dragonlock array was already 0. Based on his understanding of Xia Haoshuan just now, it was really possible that he would kill him and eat his meat. Imagining that he was about to die in the hands of a brat, this simply made him want to cry but have no tears. "Little guy, why aren't you looking for your highness? You haven't returned for so long, who knows if something happened?" The Crimson Flame Nether Dragon looked at Zhao Yun and said. Right now, he wanted to send Zhao Yun away, because Zhao Yun's presence also made him feel that the pressure was multiplied. After all, even Xia Haoshuan could kill him, so there was no need to talk about Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun's gaze was cold as he glanced at the Crimson Flame Nether Dragon and said, "If you dare to run your mouth again, I'll definitely let you taste physical pain." Hearing Zhao Yun's words, the Crimson Flame Nether Dragon didn't dare to run his mouth anymore. Right now, he was a fish on the chopping board that could be slaughtered at anyone's will. "Looks like my life is over." The Crimson Flame Nether Dragon couldn't help but think sorrowfully. In his opinion, when Xia Haoshuan returned, it would be the time of his death. Unless Xia Haoshuan could find a third-grade array refinement master, but how was that possible? In his opinion, it was simply impossible. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for leveling up as an array refinement master. Currently, the host is a second-grade array refinement master. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience as an array refinement master. Scene fish caught, small yellow croaker. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a second-grade array refinement heart. Phew. He had finally leveled up. Xia Haoshuan looked at the energy he had captured. He had lost a few thousand energy points, which made him feel very pained. However, the result of the capture was still very joyful. At this moment, he had directly gone from a brat with no experience in refining arrays to a second-grade array refinement master in less than 2 hours. Chapter 1318. No wonder the illusionary heart vine is so difficult to harvest. It's because of this environment that ordinary people can't enter, Yi Hao said as he looked at the surroundings. This was because the illusionary heart vine grew in such a harsh environment. Ordinary cultivators really wouldn't dare to come here. Not to mention anything else, just the miasma in the air was enough to threaten the life of a spirit heaven realm expert. Ci. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound was heard. "Master, be careful. There seems to be danger," Su Lai said vigilantly. "This seems to be a poison tail-scale scorpion. The poison is enough to threaten the life of a spirit heaven realm expert," Yu Ganglai said with a solemn expression. "Hurry up and leave this place." Yi Hao looked to the right. Indeed, there was a group of scorpions the size of dogs staring at them. Yi Hao didn't want to get too entangled with these scorpions and said, Yes. Su Lai and Yu Ganglai hurriedly nodded. The three of them quickly left. In order to intimidate these scorpions, Su Lai and Yu Ganglai even released their powerful auras. As expected, the scorpions that were full of fighting spirit at the beginning actually hesitated. Obviously, they were intimidated by the strength of Su Lai and Yu Ganglai and didn't dare to attack the three of them. Along the way, Yi Hao also knew how terrifying this void valley was. All kinds of scorpions, snakes, and poisonous insects constantly appeared. There were big and small ones, so one had to be careful. This was because some of the big ones were dozens of feet in size. However, they could be seen at a glance and could be seen in advance. What was worse was that some of the poisonous insects were only the size of normal insects, even smaller than soybeans. Although these poisonous insects were small, their power couldn't be underestimated. Most importantly, Yi Hao discovered that the creatures in the Void Valley basically appeared in groups. The key was that the cultivation of these creatures wasn't too high. Some were even only at the spirit martial realm. However, after living in the Void Valley for a long time, this place was completely their paradise. To them, being wrapped in the thick miasma of the Void Valley could greatly increase their combat strength. On the other hand, for Yi Hao and the others, the poisonous miasma in Void Valley would restrict and weaken their attacks. Yi Hao's goal was very clear. He wanted to obtain the illusory heart vine. As for these creatures, Yi Hao was unwilling to fight them. In his opinion, rather than fighting with the creatures in the Valley of Nothingness, he would rather gain experience points. It would be better to leave the Valley of Nothingness and hunt other magical beasts. The experience points gained would be much more easily. Master, there seems to be a swarm of paralysis mosquitoes up ahead. Yu Ganglai looked at the swarm of mosquitoes and warned. Don't underestimate these mosquitoes. Although they look small, they don't have much killing power. Indeed, these paralysis mosquitoes had no lethality. The paralysis mosquito's real attack method was after being bitten. Even a spiritual heaven realm expert would be affected by the numbness. But if he was bitten by many paralysis mosquitoes at the same time, it was very likely that the person who was bitten would fall into a state of deep sleep. One had to know that in such an environment, if one fell into a deep sleep, it would be no different from death. And the paralysis mosquitoes had another characteristic, which was that they were relatively fast. If one did not react in time, it was very likely that one would be bitten by them. I wonder if it's possible to subdue some of these poisonous insects. Just as Yi Hao was about to continue leading Su Lai and Yu Ganglai to take a detour, Yi Hao suddenly thought of something. One had to know that these poisonous insects looked very small and inconspicuous. Even if a spiritualist's perception was strong and could sense the existence of these poisonous insects. However, under normal circumstances, no one would take these inconspicuous poisonous insects seriously. If used well, they would definitely be a necessity for sneak attacks and silencing people. Go and catch a few paralysis mosquitoes. Yi Hao ordered Yu Ganglai. Why do you want to catch those? Yu Ganglai was very puzzled, and at the same time, he was a little unwilling. It was easy for him to kill these paralysis mosquitoes. However, it was undoubtedly very difficult for him to catch these paralysis mosquitoes. Because if he was not careful, he might be bitten by them. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Yi Hao angrily kicked Yu Ganglia's butt. Yu Ganglai had never followed him wholeheartedly. He knew clearly what Yu Ganglai was thinking. He had been waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the people of the Great Wu Empire or the Yu family to save him. If it were not for the spiritual herbs, he would have killed Yu Ganglai long ago. Therefore, at this moment, he would not be too nice to Yu Ganglai. Yes. Yu Ganglai felt bitter in his heart. Although he was very unwilling, he could only do it obediently. Yu Ganglai immediately released the powerful energy in his body. Immediately, the paralysis mosquitoes sensed the powerful energy. They immediately felt that their lives were threatened and began to flee in all directions. Yu Ganglai immediately chased after them. Why do you want to catch those? Yu Ganglai was very puzzled, and at the same time, somewhat unwilling. It was easy for him to kill these paralysis mosquitoes. However, it was undoubtedly very difficult for him to catch these paralysis mosquitoes. Because if he was not careful, he might be bitten by them. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Yi Hao angrily kicked Yu Ganglia's butt. Yu Ganglai had never followed him wholeheartedly. He knew clearly what Yu Ganglai was thinking. He had been waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the people of the Great Wu Empire or the Yu family to save him. If it were not for the spiritual herbs, he would have killed Yu Ganglai long ago. Therefore, at this moment, he would not be too nice to Yu Ganglai. Yes. Yu Ganglai felt bitter in his heart. Although he was very unwilling, he could only do it obediently. Yu Ganglai immediately released the powerful energy in his body. Immediately, the paralysis mosquitoes sensed the powerful energy. They immediately felt that their lives were threatened and began to flee in all directions. Yu Ganglai immediately chased after them. Why do you want to catch those? Yu Ganglai was very puzzled, and at the same time, somewhat unwilling. It was very easy for him to kill these paralysis mosquitoes. However, it was undoubtedly very difficult for him to catch these paralysis mosquitoes. Because if he was not careful, he might be bitten by them. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Yi Hao angrily kicked Yu Ganglia's butt. Yu Ganglai had never followed him wholeheartedly. He knew clearly what Yu Ganglai was thinking. Yu Ganglai had never followed him wholeheartedly. Chapter 1319. With a thought from Xia Haoshuan, the 3 magical beast crystal cores were tossed out and landed in 3 different locations. Am I seeing things? This isn't a coincidence, right? The Scarlet Flame Nether Dragon was still in pain from the demonic beast cores, but when it saw this scene, it was shocked. The Scarlet Flame Nether Dragon was so excited that it forgot to call itself true body. Bang! 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 Just as the Scarlet Flame Nether Dragon was shocked, Xia Haoshuan threw out another 3 demonic beast cores. Xia Haoshuan's movements were as smooth as flowing water and incomparably relaxed. It was as if these demonic beast cores were casually thrown out by him. But only the Scarlet Flame Nether Dragon knew that Xia Haoshuan was really setting up an array. How is this possible? The Scarlet Flame Nether Dragon's shock was indescribable. He couldn't believe that Xia Haoshuan was really a formation master. Most importantly, looking at Xia Haoshuan's smooth movements, he was at least a 3rd-grade formation master. A 3rd-grade formation master had appeared in a small kingdom. How could he not be shocked? At this moment, the Scarlet Flame Nether Dragon couldn't help but wonder if the world had changed. Bang! 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 Xia Haoshuan's movements didn't stop as he continued to throw out the demonic beast cores in his hand. Although his action was to throw, every position he threw was incomparably accurate, without the slightest bit of error. This was the power of the system. Although he had learned this destruction array in seconds. But with the system, the method and steps of setting up the destruction array had already been deeply engraved in his memory. Therefore, although he hadn't set up the destruction array once, he couldn't be more familiar with the destruction array. No, he's simply a genius. No, he's a monster. The Scarlet Flame Nether Dragon suddenly thought of something and his expression changed greatly. One had to know that this destruction array was something that he had just given to Xia Haoshuan. If it was an ordinary 3rd-grade formation master, they would need to practice for at least a few days to be able to set it up so skillfully. Even a grade 4 formation master wouldn't be able to set up the destruction formation just by looking at it once, let alone setting it up so easily. The array is complete. At this moment, Xia Haoshuan clapped his hands and said with a relaxed smile, "Heavens, it actually succeeded." The Crimson Flame Nether Dragon swallowed his saliva in shock. With its experience, it could naturally tell that the destruction formation had been completed. At this moment, as long as Xia Haoshuan opened the array, the annihilation array could attack. Too monstrous, simply too monstrous. The Crimson Flame Nether Dragon still couldn't believe that Xia Haoshuan could learn the destruction formation in such a short time, and even set it up in one go. Doesn't that mean that I might be able to leave this place? The Crimson Flame Nether Dragon suddenly thought excitedly. After all, it had been here for so long that it had long suffocated to death. Escaping from this place was its wish. Now, as long as Xia Haoshuan opened the destruction formation, it would very likely be able to seize the 10-sided dragon lock formation. How could it not be excited? But when it saw the next scene, it couldn't help but cry out, "Stop. You're crazy. What are you doing?" The Crimson Flame Nether Dragon actually saw that Xia Haoshuan was actually going to remove the array. How could this be? The array had already been refined, and it had already seen hope. Naturally, it wasn't willing to see the array being removed. Didn't you mock this young emperor for not being able to refine it? What are you so nervous for? Don't be nervous. Just treat it as if I failed. Xia Haoshuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw the Crimson Flame Nether Dragon's nervous appearance. The Crimson Flame Nether Dragon couldn't help but feel its old face burn. This was a blatant slap to the face. Thinking back, it had indeed mocked Xia Haoshuan for not being able to refine it. Because in its opinion, Xia Haoshuan should be unable to refine it. Even now, it still didn't dare to believe that this was true. But Xia Haoshuan had really done it. Hehe, that was because this sovereign's eyes were blind. I didn't see that little brother had such ability. The Crimson Flame Nether Dragon laughed awkwardly. Little brother? Haha, it seems that you still haven't clearly recognized your own identity. Xia Haoshuan sneered at the Crimson Flame Nether Dragon. Although his mind control technique controlled the Crimson Flame Nether Dragon's life and death, he discovered that the Crimson Flame Nether Dragon still had its own pride. Now, Xia Haoshuan wanted to rub the crimson flame nether dragon's pride against the ground. This. The crimson flame nether dragon's face was filled with embarrassment. But in order to escape this place, it could only listen to Xia Haoshuan. It could only ask, then how should this sovereign address you? How dare you call yourself this sovereign in front of this young emperor? Zhao Yun, beat it up. Xia Haoshuan ordered Zhao Yun. Yes. When Zhao Yun heard Xia Haoshuan's order, he didn't hold back. He put away his weapon and attacked the crimson flame nether dragon. Roar! Roar! Zhao Yun's punch landed solidly on the crimson flame nether dragon's body. Waves of dragon roars continuously sounded out. This sovereign has always called himself this. There's still a mistake. The crimson flame nether dragon roared sorrowfully. Don't hit me, this. I won't call myself this sovereign anymore, okay? The crimson flame nether dragon had no choice but to submit with a sullen face. Seeing the crimson flame nether dragon submit, Xia Haoshuan was satisfied and stroked the crimson flame nether dragon's head. That's a good boy. From now on, you'll be called Little Crimson. When the crimson flame nether dragon heard Xia Haoshuan's words, it suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. No matter what, it was still a majestic dragon. Even if it didn't have a mighty and domineering name, it shouldn't be so casual. Little Crimson, why not call it Little Crimson? What, you're not satisfied? Xia Haoshuan looked at the crimson flame nether dragon and asked, how about Little Crimson? That sounds good too. The crimson flame nether dragon resisted the urge to cry and hurriedly said, no need, no need. Let's just call it Little Crimson. Little Crimson is pretty good, pretty good. After all, no matter how bad Little Crimson sounded, it was still better than Little Crimson. If Xia Haoshuan really named it Little Crimson, then it would be better to just kill it. Call me Young Emperor from now on. Xia Haoshuan thought for a moment and said to the crimson flame nether dragon. Yes, Young Emperor. Anyway, its life was now completely in Xia Haoshuan's hands. The crimson flame nether dragon had already given up on resisting. However, when it thought about how it, a majestic dragon, was going to become a human's mount, it felt incomparably sullen. Cheer up a little. If this young emperor is happy, it's not impossible to find you a little female dragon someday. Xia Haoshuan looked at the crimson flame nether dragon's sullen appearance and couldn't help but comfort it. Chapter 1320. Yi Hao directly summoned the Black Death Spider King. One had to know that the Black Death Spider King was an expert at catching mosquitoes. At this moment, the strength of the Black Death Spider King had reached the 10th level of the Spirit Heaven realm. It was also not to be underestimated. Relying on the Black Death Spider King to catch mosquitoes and some poisonous insects, wouldn't that be twice the result with half the effort? You guys, fill this void valley with spider webs. Yi Hao directly ordered the 8 Black Death Spider Kings. When the 8 Black Death Spider Kings heard Yi Hao's order, they did not dare to hesitate and immediately began to move. The 8 Black Death Spider Kings rushed out in several directions. Not long after, one could see that countless spider webs began to appear in the entire void valley, and at this time, Su Lai and Yu Ganglai also returned. Each of them caught a dozen or so paralyzing mosquitoes. After Yi Hao received them, he did not stand on ceremony and directly killed them. This time, other than the experience points, Yi Hao obtained a total of 21 paralyzing mosquito eggs. The two of you don't have to catch the paralyzing mosquitoes, Yi Hao said. Huff. When Yu Ganglai heard Yi Hao's words, he immediately exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. To be honest, he had a lingering fear towards the paralyzing mosquitoes and did not want to catch them. Even if he was asked to kill poisonous insects and mosquitoes, he would still be able to do it easily. But to ask him to catch the paralyzing mosquitoes alive, he was really unwilling. The two of you, go and look for the illusory heart vine, Yi Hao said to the two of them. At this moment, he still did not forget his goal, which was to use the illusory heart vine to refine pills. At this moment, in order to contract some poisonous insects, he could only delay here for some time. Yi Hao directly summoned the Black Death Spider King. One had to know that the Black Death Spider King was an expert at catching mosquitoes. At this moment, The strength of the Black Death Spider King had reached the 10th level of the Spirit Heaven realm. It was also not to be underestimated. Relying on the Black Death Spider King to catch the paralyzing mosquitoes and some poisonous insects, wouldn't that be twice the result with half the effort? You guys, fill this void valley with spider webs. Yi Hao ordered the 8 Black Death Spider Kings. When the 8 Black Death Spider Kings heard Yi Hao's order, they did not dare to hesitate and immediately began to move. The 8 Black Death Spider Kings rushed out in different directions. Not long after, countless spider webs began to appear in the void valley. At this time, Su Lai and Yu Ganglai also turned around. Everyone caught a dozen mosquitoes to numb them. After Yi Hao took it, he didn't hold back and killed it immediately. This time, other than the experience points, Yi Hao received a total of 21 paralyzing mosquito eggs. The two of you don't have to catch the paralysis mosquitoes anymore, Yi Hao said. Phew. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Yu Ganglai let out a breath of turbid air. To be honest, he still had lingering fears about the paralysis mosquitoes and didn't want to catch them. Even if he was asked to kill poisonous bugs and mosquitoes, he would still be able to do it easily. But to ask him to catch the paralysis mosquitoes alive, he was really unwilling. The two of you, go and look for the illusory heart vine, Yi Hao said to the two of them. At this moment, he still hadn't forgotten his goal, which was to use the illusory heart vine to refine pills. At this moment, in order to contract some poisonous bugs, he could only delay here for some time. Yi Hao directly summoned the Black Death Spider King. One had to know that the Black Death Spider King was an expert at catching mosquitoes. At this moment, the strength of the Black Death Spider King had reached the 10th level of the Spirit Heaven realm. It was also not to be underestimated. Relying on the Black Death Spider King to catch the paralysis mosquitoes and some poisonous bugs, wouldn't that be twice the result with half the effort? The few of you, fill this void valley with spider webs. Yi Hao directly ordered the 8 Black Death Spider Kings. When the 8 Black Death Spider Kings heard Yi Hao's order, they did not dare to hesitate and immediately began to move. The 8 Black Death Spider Kings rushed out in several directions. Not long after, one could see that countless spider webs began to appear in the entire void valley, and at this moment, Su Lai and Yu Ganglai also returned. Each of them caught a dozen or so paralysis mosquitoes. After Yi Hao received them, he did not stand on ceremony and directly killed them. This time, other than the experience points, Yi Hao had obtained a total of 21 paralysis mosquito egg. The two of you, there's no need to catch the paralysis mosquitoes, Yi Hao said. Huff. When Yu Ganglai heard Yi Hao's words, he immediately exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. To be honest, he had a lingering fear towards the paralysis mosquitoes and did not want to catch them. Even if he was asked to kill the poisonous bugs and mosquitoes, he would still be able to do it easily. But to ask him to catch the paralysis mosquitoes alive, he was really unwilling. The two of you, go and look for the illusory heart vine, Yi Hao said to the two of them. At this moment, he still had not forgotten his goal, which was to use the illusory heart vine to refine pills. At this moment, in order to contract some poisonous bugs, he could only delay here for a while. Yi Hao directly summoned the Black Death Spider King. One had to know that the Black Death Spider King was an expert at catching mosquitoes. At this moment, the strength of the Black Death Spider King had reached the 10th level of the Spirit Heaven realm. It was also not to be underestimated. Relying on the Black Death Spider King to catch the paralysis mosquitoes and some poisonous bugs, wouldn't that be twice the result with half the effort? The few of you, spit out spider silk in this void valley for me, Yi Hao directly ordered the 8 Black Death Spider Kings. When the 8 Black Death Spider Kings heard Yi Hao's order, they did not dare to hesitate and immediately began to move. The 8 Black Death Spider Kings rushed out in different directions. Not long after, one could see that countless spider silks began to appear in the entire void valley, and at this moment, Su Lai and Yu Ganglai also returned. Each of them caught a dozen or so paralysis mosquitoes. After Yi Hao received them, he did not stand on ceremony and directly killed them. This time, other than the experience points, Yi Hao had obtained a total of 21 paralysis mosquito egg. The two of you, There's no need to catch the paralysis mosquitoes, Yi Hao said. Huff. When Yu Ganglai heard Yi Hao's words, he immediately exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. To be honest, he had a lingering fear towards the paralysis mosquitoes and did not want to catch them. Even if he was asked to kill poisonous bugs and mosquitoes, he would still be able to do it easily. But to ask him to catch the paralysis mosquitoes alive, he was really unwilling. The two of you, go and look for the illusory heart vine, Yi Hao said to the two of them. At this moment, he still had not forgotten his goal, which was to use the illusory heart vine to refine pills. Chapter 1321. Xia Haoshuan scanned the soldiers and knew that this was the time to win them over. The soldiers who participated in the extermination of the Black Dragon sect will each receive 100 taels of silver, Xia Haoshuan announced. Thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness, may you live for 1,000 years. Everyone was overjoyed to hear Xia Haoshuan's announcement. Exterminating the Black Dragon sect was an unparalleled honor for them. 100 taels of silver was equivalent to 1 or 2 years of their salary in Da Xia. With this amount of silver, some could be used to purchase cultivation resources. Most of it could be used to improve the lives of their families. Wu Yuqi smiled contentedly when she saw the happy expressions on the soldiers' faces. After all, many of these soldiers were her subordinates. She was someone who cared for her soldiers. Therefore, she was very satisfied with Xia Haoshuan's actions. General Wu, you also contributed to the extermination of the Black Dragon sect. What reward do you want? Xia Haoshuan asked Wu Yuqi. Wu Yuqi's face turned red when she heard Xia Haoshuan's words. Then, she said embarrassedly, it was all thanks to Your Highness that we were able to exterminate the Black Dragon sect. It had nothing to do with me. I don't need any reward. What Wu Yuqi said was indeed true. After all, she didn't think that Xia Haoshuan could exterminate the Black Dragon sect. She even blamed Xia Haoshuan for being too rash in attacking the Black Dragon sect directly. However, reality proved that Xia Haoshuan wasn't too rash. She just couldn't see through Xia Haoshuan. Wu Yuqi gritted her teeth and looked at Xia Haoshuan. Then, she asked the question on her mind, but I'm curious. How did Your Highness know that Zhong Yian was a fake? And why were the people of the Black Dragon sect so weak? Because Zhong Yian didn't grow up in Cyan Cloud County. He grew up in the Imperial City and played with me a few times. He also had a red mole on his left hand because of me, but the fake Zhong Yian didn't. Moreover, Zhong Yian had been allergic to alcohol since he was young. He had even been teased by others with alcohol. After that, when he saw alcohol, he was even more terrified. Although the fake Zhong Yian is pretending, the smell of alcohol on his body can't be faked, Xia Haoshuan said. Wu Yuqi nodded after hearing Xia Haoshuan's explanation. She didn't expect Xia Haoshuan to be so observant. As for why the people of the Black Dragon sect are so weak, it's because I told Zhao Yun to drug their dinner. Xia Haoshuan had no intention of hiding the fact that Zhao Yun had drugged him. After all, the process was not important. What was important was the result. The Black Dragon sect was destroyed. Otherwise, if they really had to go head-to-head with the Black Dragon sect, the ones who would be defeated today would probably be them. Your Highness, you're so scary. Hearing Xia Haoshuan's words, Wu Yuqi couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She now understood why Xia Haoshuan was so confident that he could destroy the Black Dragon sect when Zhao Yun left for a period of time. It turned out that Xia Haoshuan already had a plan and was confident. To think that she had been advising Xia Haoshuan to reconsider. Wu Yuqi. Xia Haoshuan suddenly looked at Wu Yuqi with a serious expression. Wu Yuqi had never seen Xia Haoshuan so serious. Her heart suddenly froze, and she quickly said, I'm here. This young emperor has already told you. This young emperor is determined to obtain the world of the great Xia. Are you willing to follow this young emperor? Xia Haoshuan asked directly. In his opinion, this Wu Yuqi was quite to his taste. Therefore, Xia Haoshuan didn't hide anything and directly tried to rope her in. After all, the second prince could openly form cliques. What was Xia Haoshuan afraid of? What he needed to do now was to completely control the 8 counties in South Province. The next step was to directly eradicate the second prince's cliques. Wu Yuqi didn't expect Xie Haoshuan to ask her this. She recalled the constant shock that Xie Haoshuan had brought to her. He was brave and resourceful, unfathomable, considerate to his subordinates, and peaceful the people. Wasn't such a person the one she wanted to follow? I'm willing to swear on the honor of the Wu family that I'll follow your highness through fire and water from now on, Wu Yuqi said directly. It should be known that the entire Wu family had been loyal to Xie for generations. Wu Yuqi had been instilled with the idea of loyalty to the country since she was young. As for the honor of the Wu family, she would even use her life to protect it. Therefore, at this moment, she directly swore on the honor of the Wu family to prove that she was really willing to follow Xie Haoshuan to death and never betray him. Good, very good. From today onwards, Wu Yuqi has died in battle in the Black Dragon Sec. Xie Haoshuan said. What? Wu Yuqi was stunned when she heard Xie Haoshuan's words. Clearly, she didn't understand what Xie Haoshuan meant. At this moment, under the second prince's camp, the Hu Tian army has been eyeing me covetously. If they knew that I had 20,000 soldiers under my command, they would be extremely cautious and might even resort to desperate measures. That's why I want you to hide your identity and retrain this army in the shortest time possible. Xie Haoshuan spoke his mind. The second prince and Yuan Hutian were easy to deal with. The only difficult thing to deal with was the 100,000 soldiers under the Hu Tian army. Yuan Hutian had been in charge of the Hu Tian army for decades. He had long been deeply rooted in the army and had many henchmen. If he wanted to make a move against the second prince and Yuan Hutian, the 100,000 soldiers would most likely revolt. He wasn't afraid of the 100,000 soldiers rebelling. What he was worried about was that if the 100,000 soldiers rebelled, the people of Xie wouldn't be able to make a living. If that happened, it would attract the attention of other countries. This wasn't something he wanted to see. What Xie Haoshuan wanted to do was to quickly accumulate strength. When the time came, if the 100,000 soldiers dared to rebel, he would immediately take them down. It just so happened that the original 10,000 soldiers of Azure Cloud County had been hidden by Zhong Weiman. Everyone thought that the 10,000 soldiers were dead. No one would have thought that they would defect to him. As long as he could combine the 10,000 soldiers of Azure Cloud County in the shortest time possible, he would definitely be able to catch the second prince and Yuan Hutian off guard. Yes, Your Highness. This subordinate obeys. Wu Yuqi wasn't stupid. She also understood what Xie Haoshuan meant. She had long heard about the Hu Tian army. It was indeed very difficult to deal with. It was said that Meridian Realm elites were strong. However, even a Meridian Realm level 10 elite would probably die in front of 100,000 soldiers. Meridian Realm elites were strong, but they weren't invincible. They might not have reached the path-seeking realm when fighting against thousands of people. However, if they had to fight against tens of thousands of people, they wouldn't be able to resist. This was also why even if a country had elites, it still needed to form an army. Because it was difficult to prop up a single tree. A country could not be supported by one person alone. Chapter 1322. After Xie Haoshuan finished speaking, he left with his soldiers. What he didn't notice was that among the tens of thousands of people, the 3 Grand Supreme Ancestors were all looking at him. Are we going into the city now? The 5th Grand Supreme Ancestor asked. Back to the palace, the 1st Grand Supreme Ancestor said. But Xian Kid. The 3rd Grand Supreme Ancestor wanted to say something after hearing the 1st Grand Supreme Ancestor's words. Xian Kid is all grown up now. The world will be his sooner or later. Let him do whatever he wants. The 1st Grand Supreme Ancestor said with a smile. Obviously, he was very satisfied with Xie Haoshuan's performance. When Xie Nantian found out that Xie Haoshuan had destroyed the Black Dragon sect, he immediately beamed with joy. Haha, I really didn't expect my son to be so outstanding. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince was brave and invincible in destroying the Black Dragon sect. Congratulations! When the crowd found out that Xia Haoshuan had destroyed the Black Dragon sect, they were obviously shocked. Seeing how happy Xia Nantian was, they all spoke up. Pass down my orders. I'm happy today. I'm going to hold a big banquet, Xia Nantian said happily. I really didn't expect the young emperor to have such skills. He actually destroyed the Black Dragon sect in such a short time, Fang Tu said in shock. Haha, let's see whose grandson he is, Wang Xingyu said with a smile, his voice full of pride. I was right about your majesty. Your majesty's strength is really beyond my expectations. I'm really looking forward to seeing the expressions on Yuan Hutian and the rest's faces now. Lord Fierce Tiger also laughed heartily. What did you say? That trash destroyed the Black Dragon sect? How is that possible? When the second prince heard the news, he was instantly enraged. His voice was full of disbelief. Your Majesty, this is bad. That trash destroyed the Black Dragon sect. At this moment, Yuan Hutian walked in with a group of people. Uncle, I've already received the news, the second prince said with an ugly expression. I really don't understand how that trash destroyed the Black Dragon sect. At this moment, Yuan Hutian was also in disbelief. Even now, he still had lingering fears about the Black Dragon sect's strength. As for the Black Dragon sect, unless he led Hu Tian's army, he didn't have the confidence to annihilate them. Thus, in his opinion, Xia Haoshuan bringing Zhao Yun to cause trouble for the Black Dragon sect was simply courting death. But now, he had received news that Xia Haoshuan had destroyed the entire Black Dragon sect. How could he not be shocked? I reckon that the imperial court is already in chaos. More people will stand on Xia Haoshuan's side. The second prince's expression was extremely ugly. This was because he had already noticed that the number of ministers who had come this time had decreased significantly. As for why those people didn't come, it was obvious. Your Highness, there's no need to rush. We still don't know the exact situation in Cyan Cloud County. An official stood out and comforted him. Although he said that, it was clear that his complexion was not very good. Obviously, Xia Haoshuan's extermination of the Black Dragon sect had a huge impact on them. They had originally thought that Xia Haoshuan was courting death by going to the Black Dragon sect. In the end, Xia Haoshuan had destroyed the Black Dragon sect. This was simply unacceptable to them. What else do we need to know? The specific situation is that he destroyed the Black Dragon sect. This is extremely disadvantageous for us, the second prince said angrily. Your Highness, please calm down. I've already sent people to investigate Cyan Cloud County. We'll have news soon about what happened, Yuan Hutian said. Your Highness. Sun Wu looked at the third Prince Han, hesitating to speak. What's the matter? Speak. Was that trash killed by the Black Dragon sect? The third Prince Han asked through gritted teeth. One had to know that ever since he returned to the Grand Han Kingdom, he had been criticized by tens of thousands of people. His status had also plummeted. Even his father, the Emperor, was dissatisfied with him. This was especially so when he saw the compensation for Da Xia. His father flew into a rage. He had almost lost his position as the third prince. Fortunately, the courtiers had protected him in the end and he had managed to keep his position as the third prince. However, this was already a fatal blow to him. This was because he no longer had any hope of becoming the crown prince. Because of this, his hatred for Xia Haoshuan had seeped into his bones. He was now confined to his own palace. Every day, the news he looked forward to the most was the news of Xia Haoshuan's death in the Black Dragon sect. Your Highness, that Xia Haoshuan destroyed the Black Dragon sect. Sun Wu looked at the third Prince Han and said carefully. Bam! What did you say? How is that possible? The third Prince Han was furious. He threw the table in front of him and roared at Sun Wu. Please. Your Highness, please calm down. This matter is absolutely true, Sun Wu hurriedly said. Phut. The third Prince Han was instantly enraged and spat out a mouthful of blood. Why? Why did he destroy the Black Dragon sect? How did he do it? Who can tell me? The third Prince Han roared loudly. Obviously, he was unwilling to accept this fact. What he wanted to hear the most was that Xia Haoshuan had died in the Black Dragon sect. There's one more thing. Sun Wu continued. What is it? The third Prince Han wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with anger. That kid threatened to make our people leave the 5 counties of Nanju. Otherwise what? Otherwise we'll kill without mercy. Ha ha ha, what an arrogant crown Prince Dacia. When the third Prince Han heard Sun Wu's words, he was so angry that he laughed. One had to know that the Grand Han had no intention of returning the 5 counties of Nanju immediately. In their opinion, the longer they delayed, the more resources they could obtain from the 5 counties of Nanju. It wouldn't be too late to return the 5 counties of Nanju to Dacia after they had squeezed all the resources dry. Who would have thought that Xia Haoshuan would be so arrogant as to ask them to withdraw their people from the 5 counties of Nanju within 3 days? Not to mention whether there was enough time. Even if there was enough time, the Grand Han wouldn't do it. I'd like to see what that trash can do to the Grand Han if we don't withdraw. Kill without mercy. He really thinks that the soldiers of the 5 counties of Nanju are pushovers. The third Prince Han sneered. The third Prince Han thought for a moment and said, Go and tell the generals of the 5 counties of Nanju to gather their experts in Tiannan County. I'll reward whoever kills Xia Haoshuan. At this moment, the third Prince Han didn't want to do anything else. He just wanted to kill Xia Haoshuan. At this moment, although he had fallen, the generals of the 5 counties of Nanju were still his people. He believed that he could still mobilize them. Chapter 1323. Yes, Your Majesty. Sun Wu immediately nodded. He knew how much the third Prince Han hated Xia Haoshuan. In the third Prince Han's opinion, Xia Haoshuan was the cause of his current predicament. Therefore, the third Prince Han hated Xia Haoshuan to the core. He wanted nothing more than to rip out Xia Haoshuan's tendons and skin him alive. Haha, what an arrogant brat Dacia. He actually dares to say that we'll kill him without mercy. I'd like to meet him. Meng Qingyun laughed mockingly. Meng Qingyun was a general of the Grand Han Kingdom. He was currently leading his army and stationed in Tiannan County. When he learned that Xia Haoshuan had actually issued a command to leave Tiannan County within 3 days, he couldn't help but laugh. In his opinion, this was the biggest joke in the world. General, the generals of the other 4 counties have all received orders from the third prince and are rushing over. A guard said. Haha, Your Majesty is making a mountain out of a molehill. He's just an arrogant brat. There's no need to treat him so seriously. Don't forget that this is our territory. Meng Qingyun laughed nonchalantly. General, that Crown Prince Dacia destroyed the Black Dragon sect. You can't underestimate him. The guard reminded him. That Black Dragon sect has quite a reputation, but who knows how powerful they are. However, if Dacia was so powerful, he wouldn't have given the 5 counties of Nanju to the Grand Han as compensation. Don't worry about it. I'd like to see if that brat dares to come. Meng Qingyun still didn't take Xia Haoshuan seriously. Although he had heard of the Black Dragon sect's power, he had never come into contact with them. In his eyes, the Black Dragon sect was just a bunch of unremarkable bandits. Moreover, he didn't care about the entire Dacia. Why would he care about a mere Xia Haoshuan? He knew that Dacia was definitely no match for the Grand Han Kingdom. Otherwise, the Grand Han wouldn't have been able to bully Dacia for so long. Dacia had no way of taking back the 5 counties of Nanju. Your Highness, are you really going to the 5 counties of Nanju? The soldier looked at Xia Haoshuan worriedly. It had to be known that the Grand Han Kingdom, which had 5 counties of the southern continent, had raised quite a few soldiers in recent years. The total number of soldiers from the 5 counties of Nanju was at least 80,000. If not 100,000. These soldiers were not something that the Black Dragon sect could compare to, let alone the current Cyan Cloud County soldiers. That's right. In 3 days, if the Great Han's soldiers aren't thorough, I will make them bleed like a river, Xia Haoshuan said confidently. The soldier was speechless when he saw Xia Haoshuan's confidence. Xia Haoshuan did not pay any attention to the soldiers. Instead, he left the Cyan Cloud County city and headed in the direction of the Armory Valley. Today, he planned to raise the strength of the soldiers and at the same time, test out the idea in his heart. Your Highness, I heard that you're going to deal with the soldiers of the Grand Han in 3 days? Wu Yuqi asked as soon as she saw Xia Haoshuan. What? Are you going to stop me again? Xia Haoshuan asked with a smile. No. Wu Yuqi immediately shook her head and said expectantly, I wonder if your Highness can bring me along? Sure. Xia Haoshuan nodded and did not refuse. Really? Wu Yuqi was overjoyed at this turn of events. Clearly, she had not expected that Xia Haoshuan would agree to her request so easily. Call 75 Golden Lion Riders and the Iron Wolf Riders over, Xia Haoshuan ordered. Yes. Wu Yuqi nodded. Greetings, young emperor. A total of 150 cavalrymen were looking at Xia Haoshuan. Take all these elixirs for me. They must be refined in the shortest time possible. Xia Haoshuan took out a large number of acquired leveling elixirs and ordered everyone. Yes. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard Xia Haoshuan's order. Although they were captured by Xia Haoshuan, they were human beings. However, they were also humans, and they had their own thoughts. Seeing this scene, Wu Yuqi was curious about what kind of pills they were, but she didn't dare to ask about it. You stay here and watch them. Do not let anyone disturb me without my orders, Xia Haoshuan said to Wu Yuqi and walked towards the remaining 50 cavalrymen. The 50 cavalrymen were looking at Xia Haoshuan nervously. Follow me, Xia Haoshuan said to everyone. These elixirs are for you. Xia Haoshuan took out the remaining acquired leveling elixirs and gave them to everyone. Soon, everyone finished their breakthroughs in joy. One by one, they looked to Xia Haoshuan with excited expressions. Not bad, this is nothing. Xia Haoshuan looked at everyone's excited expressions and said angrily. Xia Haoshuan took out a large number of elixirs again. These elixirs were the Carnate Realm leveling elixirs. There's more. Everyone looked at the elixirs in Xia Haoshuan's hands in ecstasy. They had never thought that happiness would come so suddenly one day. As everyone continued to break through, their cultivation finally stopped at level 9 or level 10 of the Carnate Realm. There was no other way. Xia Haoshuan had used up all the elixirs in his hands. Otherwise, he would be able to raise everyone's cultivation to level 10 of the Carnate Realm. However, in Xia Haoshuan's opinion, this was enough for now. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Xia Haoshuan took out some magical beast crystal cores and gave them to 25 people. This will be your life from now on. You must keep it close to you. The crystal cores will exist as long as you are alive. If you are dead, so will the crystal cores. Xia Haoshuan instructed the 25 people. Yes. Although the 25 people did not understand what Xia Haoshuan meant, they still nodded immediately. They naturally obeyed Xia Haoshuan's orders. Listen to my orders. You will be divided into groups of 1 to 25 and follow my orders. Xia Haoshuan ordered the 25 people who were holding the magical beast cores. Yes. The 25 people holding the magical beast crystal cores responded immediately. All of you, watch carefully. Xia Haoshuan ordered the remaining 25 people. Yes. The remaining 25 people also nodded immediately. Xia Haoshuan directly summoned the Scarlet Flame Nether Dragon. What's wrong, Xiao Di? Did you find the little female dragon? The Scarlet Flame Nether Dragon was a little surprised and smiled slyly. Find your head. All you know is the little female dragon, Xia Haoshuan said unhappily to the Scarlet Flame Nether Dragon. Xia Haoshuan directly jumped onto the Scarlet Flame Nether Dragon. Fly up a few meters. Okay, stop, Xia Haoshuan said to the Scarlet Flame Nether Dragon. Chapter 1324. On the battlefield, any one of you may be in danger, so you must observe each other to see if any of you are in danger. Next, I want to see how you deal with it. Number 1, you take command and get into formation. Following Xia Haoshuan's order, everyone's formation was instantly formed. The two of you, Go and attack number 17. Xia Haoshuan instructed the cavalry soldiers who were watching the battle. Yes. Upon receiving Xia Haoshuan's order, the 2 cavalry soldiers immediately launched an attack on soldier number 17. One had to know that these 2 cavalry soldiers were not in the formation at the moment. Therefore, it was up to the soldiers in the formation to do what they wanted. Move the formation forward to position number 17. Seeing the 2 cavalry soldiers charging over, soldier number 1 did not dare to hesitate and immediately ordered. After all, the 2 cavalry soldiers had not entered the formation yet. They had no way of using the formation to attack the 2 cavalry soldiers. The 2 cavalry soldiers were not weaker than them at all. If they allowed the 2 cavalry soldiers to attack number 17, then number 17 would definitely be no match for them. If number 17 was defeated, then the formation would not be able to be formed. Clearly, this time, they were in a panic because they were going to directly engage in actual combat practice. Before they could move 2 steps, the formation had already been destroyed. At this moment, the 2 cavalry soldiers had already arrived in front of number 17. Stop! Xia Haoshuan said sternly. Are you going to give up now that the formation has been destroyed? Can't you continue to form the formation? Are you going to wait for death like this? Xia Haoshuan said sternly. In his opinion, although the formation had been destroyed, there was no loss of personnel. If they formed the formation again, there would definitely be a chance. Moreover, on the battlefield, any accident could happen at any time. This depended on the flexibility of the soldiers. If they were so inflexible, then their lives would definitely be in danger. When everyone heard Xia Haoshuan's words, they all lowered their heads in shame. In 3 days, I still want to take you to the 5 counties of the South Continent to train. How am I supposed to lead you? Xia Haoshuan continued. When they heard Xia Haoshuan's words, everyone immediately felt the pressure double. Almost a day had passed. In other words, there were still 2 days left for them. 2 days later, they would be sent to the battlefield. Could they really do it? What? Have you lost your confidence? If not, leave now. Xia Haoshuan scanned the crowd. Xia Haoshuan believed that these soldiers definitely had their own potential. Therefore, when it was time to force them, he had to force them. Your Highness, we can do it, a soldier said. If you can, then continue. Xia Haoshuan continued. As soon as Xia Haoshuan finished speaking, everyone started practicing again. However, this time, all of them became serious. The joy of success on their faces had completely disappeared at this moment. Quick, move to position 17, number 1 commanded. After many trials and tribulations, everyone immediately brought the formation to the position of soldier number 17. But this time, before the 2 cavalrymen could attack soldier number 17, the 2 cavalrymen were enveloped in the formation. However, no one activated the formation because they knew very well how to activate it. These 2 cavalrymen would probably die without leaving anything behind. When Xia Haoshuan saw this scene, a gratified smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The 4 of you, attack from position 15 and 1. Xia Haoshuan intended to increase the difficulty and said to the 4 cavalrymen. The 4 cavalrymen heard the order and immediately charged out. Move to position number 7. Soldier number 1 immediately commanded. This time, the many soldiers brought the formation and moved as a whole again. This time, it looked like they were doing it properly. Everyone's cooperation was much more skillful. The training continued until noon the next day. Xia Haoshuan nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, everyone's cooperation was very tacit. They could already guarantee that the formation would not be broken. At the same time, they could quickly set up the formation the moment the formation was broken. This is really incredible. The talents of this group of soldiers are not bad. The Scarlet Flame Nether Dragon couldn't help but exclaim when he saw that everyone had trained to such a level in just over a day. Alright, you can all go and rest first. Xia Haoshuan said to the soldiers who were almost done with their training. As the 25 people went to rest, Xia Haoshuan looked at the remaining 25 people. Do you all understand? Xia Haoshuan asked directly. Everyone immediately shook their heads. They all knew that the Fire Yuan formation was very powerful. At the same time, they also knew how to stand. However, without truly experiencing the charm of a military formation, they would never know its secrets and tricks. Come, let's train you next. Xie Haoshuan wasn't surprised by everyone's answer. After all, if one could understand a military formation after watching it a few times, then everyone could learn it. It wouldn't be to the extent that most kingdoms didn't even have the lowest level of military formation. Not to mention a rank 3 military formation. After all, a rank 3 military formation could kill warriors below the Xiantian realm, including warriors of the Xiantian realm. This was definitely a huge killing machine. If there was a way to learn it, countless kingdoms would definitely go crazy for it. This was because if a kingdom could have a rank 3 military formation, it would be very difficult for it to rise even if it didn't want to. Not to mention anything else, just the Fire Yuan formation alone was enough for Xie Haoshuan to destroy an army of 100,000 people. There was no other reason than the strength of the military formation. There was no other reason. However, it was almost incomparably difficult for an ordinary kingdom to train a military formation. This was because unless a formation master below the rank 5 was a genius or familiar with military books, it was very difficult to train a military formation. Most kingdoms couldn't even find a rank 1 formation master, so how could there be a rank 5 formation master? Most importantly, Xie Haoshuan's cavalrymen were all captured by Chu Feng. They were born with a kind of tacit understanding and comprehension ability that ordinary people couldn't match. This was why they could train so quickly. If someone else were to train them, it would be absolutely impossible for them to have such speed and improvement. Moreover, training a formation required a demonic beast crystal core. The lowest demonic beast could have a demonic beast crystal core at the Xiantian realm. The demonic beast crystal core at the Xiantian realm didn't contain much energy. It probably couldn't even support a rank 3 military formation after a few rounds of training, let alone use a formation. Chapter 1325. However, how many ordinary kingdoms could possess the crystal cores of level 10 Luoluan pulse realm beasts like Xie Haoshuan? Without a doubt, even the royal family of Da Xia could not produce 25 crystal cores of level 10 Luoluan pulse realm beast. Therefore, as long as Xie Haoshuan could train the military formation, ordinary kingdoms would not be a match for Xie Haoshuan's military formation unless they used numbers. With Xie Haoshuan's skillful command, these soldiers had also been observing for more than a day. Therefore, their comprehension was also very fast. After only a few times, they were able to activate the formation for a long time. The speed of this training was definitely several times faster than before. Xie Haoshuan was also very satisfied with such a fast training speed. Time passed by minute, and it was already the third day. Xie Haoshuan looked at the 2 fire elemental arrays below and smiled contentedly. This was the result of him spending more than 2 days. It wasn't easy for him to achieve this. If Xie Haoshuan were to break out of this place, the other array refinement masters would probably want to kill him. One had to know that even a level 5 formation master could not train the military formation in just 2 days. To be precise, he had to train 1 formation a day. After all, no matter how strong a formation master was, it still depended on the cooperation and comprehension of the soldiers. Sometimes, it would take a lot of time to choose the right people. Therefore, it was impossible for someone to train the military formation in such a short time. However, Xie Haoshuan had done it. If this news were to spread, it would probably shock everyone. Xie Haoshuan still had some thoughts in his mind and did not continue the training. Because in his opinion, the current level of military formation training was enough to deal with the De soldiers in the 5 counties of Nanju. And now that there was only 1 day left, it was obviously too late to continue the training. Moreover, after training for 2 days in a row, he could not bear it anymore. He was already very sleepy. All right, everyone is dismissed. Go back and have a good rest. Tomorrow, follow me to slaughter dogs. Xie Haoshuan said and jumped off the Scarlet Flame Nether Dragon. Farewell, Your Highness. Everyone also dispersed excitedly. They were all looking forward to the battle scene tomorrow. What? His Highness went to sleep. What should we do tomorrow? Wu Yuqi was also surprised when she learned that Xia Haoshuan went to sleep after finishing the training. One had to know that she had been anxious to death for the past 2 days. After all, Xia Haoshuan had said that if the Grand Han Kingdom did not leave the 5 counties of Nanju within 3 days, he would kill them without mercy. Today was the last day of the trial. The soldiers of the South Continent's 5 prefectures had no intention of retreating. Instead, he issued provocative words, waiting for Xia Haoshuan to come to his door and die. Right now, there were countless people watching. She originally thought that even if Xia Haoshuan was going to start a war with the 5 counties of Nanju, he would at least have a strategy in place. But at this time, Xia Haoshuan was still in the mood to sleep. How could she not be anxious? After all, if Xia Haoshuan didn't take action tomorrow, it would be too embarrassing. He would probably be ridiculed by countless people. Now, in Da Xia's palace, the second prince, Yuan Hutian, and the others had smiles on their faces again. That was because they had also received Xia Haoshuan's arrogant words. In their eyes, it was definitely a big joke. After all, if the Grand Han was so easy to deal with, Da Xia wouldn't have been bullied so miserably. The way they saw it, Xia Haoshuan's decision to steal the limelight from the Grand Han Kingdom wasn't a wise one. They had received news that the top figures of the 5 counties of Nanju had gathered together. At this moment, they had even issued a statement that they were waiting for Xia Haoshuan to come to his door and die. I heard that Xia Haoshuan seemed to have used some despicable means to destroy the Black Dragon sect. No, I heard that the Black Dragon sect was destroyed by the 3 Grand Supreme Ancestors. Haha, no matter how the Black Dragon sect was destroyed, just wait to see Xia Haoshuan make a fool of himself tomorrow. That's right. I heard that there are only 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers left in the Cyan Cloud County. Even if they all join Xia Haoshuan, what can they do? Just wait and see. He really thinks that he's invincible after destroying the Black Dragon sect. He even dares to shout that he'll kill the soldiers of the 5 counties of Nanju. Isn't he afraid that the wind will cut his tongue? Everyone spoke one after another, their voices full of ridicule. Although Yuan Hutian had a smile on his face, there was a trace of displeasure in the corner of his eyes. Because no matter how Xia Haoshuan had destroyed the Black Dragon sect, Xia Haoshuan had at least destroyed it. Unlike him, who had led 3,000 elites to battle confidently, only to return in defeat in the end. Wasn't this saying that he was inferior to Xia Haoshuan? To him, this was an absolute humiliation. I hope that the people of the Grand Han won't disappoint me. Haha, let's drink. The second prince raised his wine glass and laughed. Old Wang, don't worry. The young emperor can even destroy the Black Dragon sect. The people of the 5 counties of Nanju shouldn't be a problem. Fang Tu hurriedly comforted the worried Wang Xingyu. Sigh, how can I not worry? This kid is too troublesome. You don't know, but I heard that the second prince's side is drinking and celebrating. It really pisses me off, Wang Xingyu said. We have to believe in the young emperor. When the young emperor destroys the dogs of the 5 counties of Nanju, I believe that the second prince's expression will be very good. Fierce Tiger King's tone was full of confidence in Xia Haoshuan. After all, Xia Haoshuan could even destroy the Black Dragon sect. Has my son made any moves? In Xia Nantian's study, Xia Nantian asked. Your Majesty, the people of Cyan Cloud County said that the young emperor has left Cyan Cloud County for almost 3 days and hasn't returned yet. A man in black said. What is this kid up to now? I wonder if he can continue tomorrow and give me a surprise. Xia Nantian couldn't help but look forward to it. After all, Xia Haoshuan had destroyed the Black Dragon sect in such a short time, which gave him a lot of face. Originally, he was still worried about how to take back the 5 counties of Nanju. Because he understood the character of the Grand Han, although he lost the 5 counties of Nanju, they would never give it back so easily. He didn't expect Xia Haoshuan to shout that the soldiers of the Grand Han had to get out of the 5 counties of Nanju within 3 days, otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. When he heard this, he felt his blood boiling. With his understanding of Xia Haoshuan, he was definitely not a person who spoke nonsense, so he was very much looking forward to Xia Haoshuan's performance tomorrow. Your Majesty, can the young emperor really do it with the soldiers of Cyan Cloud County? Will there be any danger? The man in black asked worriedly. That kid has too many secrets. I can't see through him. You should be worried about the people of the Grand Han, Xia Nantian said with a smile. Chapter 1326. How is this possible? At this moment, another voice transmission talisman appeared in the left general's hand. The left general almost roared out loud. What's wrong? Left general? Meng Qingyun and the others jumped in fright when they heard the left general's roar. The Wind Tiger County soldiers have suffered thousands of casualties and the death toll is still increasing. They are requesting reinforcements. The left general said with a pale face. Impossible. Everyone jumped in fright when they heard the left general's words. Clearly, they didn't believe the left general's words and quickly snatched the voice transmission talisman from his hand. When they saw it, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. There was no need to mention how shocked they were. A few dozen people had killed thousands in an instant. This made them wonder if they were dreaming. Even Wu Yuqi, who was on the Scarlet Flame Nether Dragon, jumped in fright when she heard the discussion below. She originally thought that Zhao Yun had led the 50 cavalrymen to the South Sky County. What she didn't expect was that Zhao Yun had actually led his men to the Wind Tiger County. However, she couldn't understand how the cavalrymen led by Zhao Yun could be so powerful. Wu Yuqi looked at Xia Haoshuan and saw that Xia Haoshuan didn't look surprised at all. Instead, he looked as if this was how it should be. Could it be because of His Highness again? Wu Yuqi couldn't help but think in shock. Are you sure it was done by a few dozen cavalrymen and not tens of thousands of soldiers? Even Meng Qingyun couldn't keep his calm and asked hurriedly. The left general was also constantly communicating through voice transmission. The left general's expression was getting uglier and uglier. The left general raised his head in fear and looked at Xia Haoshuan. He roared, "He's not human. He's a demon. What's wrong?" Everyone jumped in fright when they saw the left general's madness. Left general, your men have all been killed. This is a small gift to show my respect. Hiss, everyone looked at the content of the voice transmission talisman. They couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They all knew what this meant. It meant that the Grand Han soldiers of the Wind Tiger County had all been killed. How did you do it? Meng Qingyun looked at Xia Haoshuan. His voice trembled a little. Obviously, he had forgotten who was the one who had mocked Xia Haoshuan. The reason for that was because everything that had happened before his eyes was simply too shocking to him. The left general had received the news that the 10,000 soldiers of the Wind Tiger County had all been killed in a few breaths of time. This was absolutely terrifying. He did not dare to believe what sort of cultivation those several tens of cavalrymen possessed to be able to do such a terrifying thing. What was even more inconceivable to him was how Xia Haoshuan could possess such terrifying power. There's no need to rush. We've only just arrived. It'll probably take another 15 minutes to get from Fenghu County to Shenzhuang County, Xia Haoshuan chuckled. What? You really did it? When the crowd heard Xia Haoshuan's words, they were even more certain that Xia Haoshuan was the culprit of Fenghu County. You still want to attack Zhuang County? General Ning's voice trembled when he heard Xia Haoshuan's words. After all, Shenzhuang County was his territory. I've already said that none of the great Han bastards from the 5 counties of Nanju will live today. Xia Haoshuan replied softly when he heard General Ning's words. Quick, General Ning, get the soldiers of Shenzhuang County to prepare for defense. Meng Qingyun hurriedly told General Ning. Then you'd better hurry. Xia Haoshuan did not mind Meng Qingyun's words. Instead, he reminded him with a smile. General Ning took out a voice transmission talisman and started contacting his subordinate. When he saw General Ning's actions, Xia Haoshuan had no intention of stopping him. He believed in the power of those 50 cavalrymen. As long as Shenzhuang County did not have any Lunmai realm powerhouses, no one would be able to break the fire origin array. Even if there were any Lunmai realm powerhouses, Zhao Yun would be able to kill them easily. Therefore, No matter how Shangzhuang County defended, it would not be able to withstand a single blow from the army. Oh no, they're here. In less than a quarter of an hour, General Ning's expression changed drastically. I'm sorry, it seems like I underestimated the speed of my subordinates, Xia Haoshuan said apologetically. Not long after, Shangzhuang County was also destroyed. General Ning received the same voice transmission. At this moment, everyone looked at each other with cold sweat on their foreheads. That, Your Highness. Suddenly, Meng Qingyun looked at Xia Haoshuan and smiled awkwardly. Oh, what's the matter, General Meng? I'm still not used to you calling me that. Xia Haoshuan looked at Meng Qingyun and said. Haha. Meng Qingyun could not help but smile awkwardly. Then, he said, Your Highness, we were wrong. I don't know if you can be magnanimous and let us go. We'll immediately withdraw our troops. That's right, we'll immediately withdraw our troops. Me too. General Zhuo and General Li also hurriedly said. Obviously, at this moment, they were really afraid. In less than a quarter of an hour, Xia Haoshuan's men had directly destroyed the soldiers of their two counties. To them, this was absolutely terrifying. You're still standing when you're talking to me. Aren't you being very insincere? Xia Haoshuan said. Everyone's expression changed again when they heard Xia Haoshuan's words. They understood that Xia Haoshuan wanted them to kneel, but with their status, how could they endure such humiliation? Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't be willing to kneel before Xia Haoshuan. Next should be Shizhou County's turn, Xia Haoshuan said. Kneel. We'll kneel. Meng Qingyun gritted his teeth and said. Xia Haoshuan's words were a blatant threat. SSS. What's going on? Why are these bastards from the Great Han kneeling? Many Da Xia citizens couldn't help but gasp when they saw Meng Qingyun and the others kneeling. They whispered in confusion. In their opinion, these bastards from the Great Han usually rode on their heads and acted like they were superior. But now, he was actually kneeling in broad daylight. Naturally, this caused them to be extremely shocked. Do you see that young man riding the giant dragon? Someone looked at Xia Haoshuan on the giant dragon with admiration and asked. I see him. Who is he? He can ride the legendary dragon at such a young age and even make these bastards from the Great Han kneel. He's so powerful. I heard their discussion. This seems to be the current crown prince of Da Xia. What? He's the crown prince of Da Xia? How is that possible? How can our Da Xia have such a powerful crown prince? I heard it with my own ears. How can it be fake? Could it be that Da Xia hasn't forgotten us? Countless people were instantly agitated at this moment. After all, they had endured humiliation for countless years. Every day, the Grand Han's people didn't treat them as human beings. They had been waiting for this day for too long. Chapter 1327. You can tell your men to stop now. Meng Qingyun's expression turned even uglier when he heard the discussions around him. He was a general of the Great Han, and now he was kneeling in front of Da Xia in front of everyone. This was an absolute humiliation. He thought back to how he had been so disdainful of Xia Haoshuan before. But now he was kneeling in front of Xia Haoshuan. This was definitely a slap to his face. Don't worry, Xia Haoshuan said calmly as he looked at Meng Qingyun's appearance. Soon, another 15 minutes passed under the anxious gazes of Meng Qingyun and the others. At this moment, General Li suddenly took out a voice transmission talisman and roared with an ugly expression. Why did your men go to the West Province Prefecture? You tricked us. Haha, this young emperor is tricking you bunch of beasts that are worse than pigs and dogs. Xia Haoshuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw General Li's angry expression. Xia Haoshuan, you actually dared to trick us. Today, this general will make you regret it. Meng Qingyun was also furious when he found out that he had been tricked. Shoot the arrows, shoot this dragon down for me, Meng Qingyun immediately ordered. Countless soldiers immediately drew their bows and shot at the scarlet flame nether dragon after receiving Meng Qingyun's order. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless arrows shot towards the scarlet flame nether dragon. Roar, The scarlet flame nether dragon roared angrily, and countless soldiers instantly fell to the ground. Ping ping, ping ping. Countless arrows hit the scarlet flame nether dragon's body and made metallic sounds, but they couldn't break through its defenses. One had to know that the scarlet flame nether dragon had been trapped by the 10-sided dragon lock formation and couldn't use its strength. The scarlet flame nether dragon was still worried about Xia Haoshuan's attack. But now, it could use its strength, and its defenses were strengthened countless times. Most of these soldiers weren't even in the postnatal realm, so how could they harm it? Shoot. Shoot with all your might. When Meng Qingyun saw that these arrows were unable to harm the crimson flame nether dragon, he became incomparably anxious. Young Emperor, I want to kill these ants. The crimson flame nether dragon felt provoked and said to Xia Haoshuan. No rush, leave this trash to me. Xia Haoshuan immediately stopped the crimson flame nether dragon. What kind of joke was this? These were all captured energy. It was fine if he couldn't obtain the capturing energy from those few counties. That was because he had the will but not the strength. However, in this southern sky region, he couldn't waste any more of this capturing energy. Xia Haoshuan actually said that if the Grand Han soldiers did not leave the 5 prefectures within 3 days, they would be killed without mercy. Since he had said it, he naturally had to do it. After all, a monarch's words were not to be taken lightly. Although he was not the emperor, his status as a young emperor was no different from that of an emperor. So today, he had to wipe out all the soldiers the Grand Han had left in the 5 prefectures. As for his own strength, Xia Haoshuan felt that if he could wipe out the southern sky region's soldiers today, it would already be very good. Your Highness, why don't you have the dragon attack? Wu Yuqi asked anxiously when she saw that the dragon wasn't retaliating. I'll let you see this prince's methods. After saying that, Xia Haoshuan took out a demonic beast core and threw it out. What is he doing? When everyone saw Xia Haoshuan throw out the demonic beast core and embed it into the ground, they were all puzzled. Wu Yuqi also had a puzzled expression when she saw Xia Haoshuan's actions. HMPH, acting all mysterious. Keep shooting. Meng Qingyun coldly snorted and continued to order the soldiers. Phew, setting up 3 formations in a row really isn't something a human can do. When Xia Haoshuan saw that the 3 formations had already enveloped all the Grand Han soldiers, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his forehead. Although he was very skilled at setting up formations, setting up 3 of them in a row was still a bit mentally taxing for him. However, Xia Haoshuan felt that this wasn't his limit. It was just that he didn't have enough demonic beast cores, so he could only set up 2 fire origin formations and 1 annihilation formation. Activate. With a thought from Xia Haoshuan, all the demonic beast cores on the ground began to fluctuate and fuse together. In the blink of an eye, 3 formations had appeared on the ground. Change. Change. The scarlet flame nether dragon looked at the 3 formations that had appeared on the ground and couldn't help being dumbfounded. It had to be known that ordinary formation masters, let alone rank 3, even rank 4 or 5 formation masters wouldn't be able to set up 3 formations at the same time like Xia Haoshuan. And these 3 formations had all been activated at the same time. At this moment, the scarlet flame nether dragon increasingly felt that Xia Haoshuan was a formation freak. Xia Haoshuan had given it too much shock in the field of formations. How could it know that ordinary formation masters set up formations with mental power? And the amount of mental power was closely related to martial veins. Even if you beat it to death, it would never have imagined that Xia Haoshuan had 5 martial veins. His mental power was countless times greater than ordinary people's. So how could ordinary people be compared to Xia Haoshuan? Let alone ordinary people, even geniuses were nothing compared to Xia Haoshuan. What are these things? Wu Yuqi looked at the 3 formations on the ground in shock. She saw that 2 of the fire origin formations had instantly turned into a sea of fire that was burning the Grand Han soldiers. As for the other annihilation formation, spears had appeared within it and were constantly attacking the soldiers. Wu Yuqi had never seen formations before, so she naturally didn't know what these terrifying formations on the ground were. Could this be the doing of His Highness? Wu Yuqi suddenly thought of how Xia Haoshuan had been constantly throwing demonic beast cores on the ground. What kind of method is this? His Highness is too terrifying. Just how many more mysterious methods does he have? Wu Yuqi's shock was like a raging sea. Ah! Save me. It's burning me to death. What's going on? Save me. The Grand Han soldiers in the formations were wailing in pain. They had no target to attack at all and could only be attacked by the formations. At this moment, they had completely become headless flies that were running around in all directions. How could this be? What kind of demonic technique is this? At this moment, many of the generals started to panic when they saw the scene before them. Wait a moment, could this be the legendary formations? Meng Qingyun suddenly thought of something and his face turned deathly pale. What? Formations. The generals were shocked by Meng Qingyun's words. Although they hadn't seen formations before, they had heard of them. Chapter 1328. How could Xia Haoshuan be a formation master? How is that possible? Da Xia must have hidden his abilities too well. I've never heard of him before. Furthermore, Xia Haoshuan must be a formation master to be able to create such a powerful formation. Everyone was shocked and in disbelief. It was obvious that most of them were unwilling to believe that Xia Haoshuan was a formation master. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing a body refinement realm martialist. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 point of capturing power. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing a Hutian realm martialist. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 points of capturing power. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing a body refinement realm martialist. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 point of capturing power. In the blink of an eye, the soldiers within the formation could no longer withstand the attacks of the formation and lost their lives one by one. At this moment, the system's notifications flooded Xia Haoshuan's mind like a tidal wave. This is too awesome. Xia Haoshuan smiled delightedly as he watched the rapidly increasing amount of capturing power. Compared to killing people one by one, this was a lot more efficient. Every second, countless people fell to the ground and died. Oh my god, this is too strong. Wu Yuqi's mouth was wide open as she watched the might of the formation. In just a few breaths, hundreds of the Grand Han soldiers had already died. The remaining soldiers weren't faring any better. They were also struggling with all their might, and people were dying one after another. Wu Yuqi had never seen such a powerful attack before. At this moment, Wu Yuqi was looking at Xia Haoshuan with adoration in her eyes. It was obvious that Xia Haoshuan's strength had completely conquered her. She finally understood why Xia Haoshuan had dared to brazenly bring her and the Scarlet Flame Nether Dragon to the Tiannan region. It was because Xia Haoshuan had his own methods. At this moment, Meng Qingyun and the others were also within the formation. Given their cultivation bases, the formation couldn't do them any harm. General Meng, what should we do? The left general asked anxiously. As they watched the soldiers around them fall one after another, they started to panic. No matter how powerful a formation is, it has its weakness. This is only a third-grade formation, it cannot pose any danger to us. Quickly find the formation's weakness and break it. Meng Qingyun hurriedly said. Xia Haoshuan, once I break through this formation, I'll kill you. Meng Qingyun roared. Haha, you want to come out after entering my array? You're too naive. Xia Haoshuan couldn't help but laugh when he heard Meng Qingyun's words. Little Crimson, it's up to you. Xia Haoshuan ordered the Crimson Flame Nether Dragon. Let me add fuel to the fire. The Crimson Flame Nether Dragon immediately said upon hearing Xia Haoshuan's words. Roar. The Crimson Flame Nether Dragon let out a furious roar, and immediately spewed out blazing flames towards Meng Qingyun and the others. The flames within the Fire Yuan formation could already burn a Xiantian realm expert to death. Its power was already incomparably terrifying. But compared to the flames spewed out by the Crimson Flame Nether Dragon, it was just child's play. Not good, run. Meng Qingyun suddenly felt an intense sense of danger and hurriedly shouted. But no matter how fast his reaction was, it clearly wasn't as fast as the crimson flame nether dragon's flames. In an instant, the blazing flames had already swallowed Meng Qingyun. Ah! No! Meng Qingyun let out a painful howl. At this moment, he felt as if he was being burned from the inside out. In the next instant, he no longer had the ability to think, because his entire body had already turned into a pile of ashes. The other 4 generals were the same as Meng Qingyun, directly swallowed by the crimson flame nether dragon's flames and instantly burned to ashes. The 4 of them weren't even as good as Meng Qingyun, because they didn't even have time to struggle. SSS. Wu Yuqi couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air when she saw this scene. After all, those were 5 Meridian Realm experts. Among the generals of the Grand Han, their strength was pretty good. But now, they were actually instantly killed by the Crimson Flame Nether Dragon. One could only imagine how terrifying the Crimson Flame Nether Dragon was. And she actually dared to ride on the Crimson Flame Nether Dragon's back. This made her so nervous that she couldn't help but gulp. Crimson Flame Nether Dragon, you wastrel. Who told you to directly kill them? Xia Haoshuan looked at the ashes of Meng Qingyun's group of 5 and was first stunned, then he loudly cursed. At this moment, he even had the heart to kill the Crimson Flame Nether Dragon. One had to know that Meng Qingyun's group of 5 wasn't weak. If he had killed the 5 of them, the capture energy he would have obtained would definitely not be cheap. But now, they were all burned to ashes by the Crimson Flame Nether Dragon's flames. This made Xia Haoshuan's heart bleed. You didn't say anything. I was just giving you face, so I instantly killed them. The Crimson Flame Nether Dragon clearly felt wronged when he heard Xia Haoshuan's words. Remember, the next time you kill someone, leave them with a single breath. Hearing the Crimson Flame Nether Dragon's words, Xia Haoshuan couldn't refute. Indeed, he didn't tell the Crimson Flame Nether Dragon in advance. And it was true that the Crimson Flame Nether Dragon had instantly killed Meng Qingyun's group of 5, giving him a lot of face. Because at this moment, countless people were scared stiff by the Crimson Flame Nether Dragon. Heavens, that dragon is too terrifying. That Meng Qingyun of the Grand Han is a Meridian Realm expert. He was actually instantly killed. His Highness the Crown Prince is too powerful. He was even able to take such a powerful dragon as his mount. With such a powerful Crown Prince, doesn't that mean our South Sky County has a high chance of returning to Da Xia's embrace? At this moment, everyone was shocked by the Crimson Flame Nether Dragon's strength. Countless people were excitedly looking at Xia Haoshuan and the dragon beneath Xia Haoshuan. After a few dozen breaths, the Grand Han soldiers within the 3 formations had all disappeared. They had all been killed by the formations and turned into energy for Xia Haoshuan to capture. Xia Haoshuan also directly removed the formations. When everyone saw that Xia Haoshuan had removed the formation, they were once again shocked into an uproar. Because they realized that in just a few dozen breaths, the tens of thousands of Grand Han soldiers who had been alive and kicking just a moment ago had all died in an instant. On the ground, only the corpses of the soldiers killed by the destruction formation remained. As for the Grand Han soldiers within the 2 fire origin formations, they had long since been burned to ashes. Heavens, His Highness the Crown Prince is simply a god descending from the heavens. This is too terrifying. To be able to kill tens of thousands of soldiers in just a few dozen breaths, His Highness the Crown Prince is truly heaven-defying. Chapter 1329. It's over just like that. Wu Yuqi couldn't believe it either. The soldiers of the Dahan Kingdom in the Tiannan County had been so easily dealt with by Xia Haoshuan. What else could it be? Xia Haoshuan looked at Wu Yuqi's shocked expression and couldn't help but laugh. One had to know that Xia Haoshuan's heart was already bursting with joy. Because he had killed the soldiers of the Dahan Kingdom in the Tiannan County, his capturing power had instantly broken through the 50,000 mark. Now, he had a total of 67,584 points of capturing power. Even though it was only a little bit away from reaching 70,000 points. Greetings, Your Highness. May Your Highness live for thousands of years. At this moment, The citizens of the Tiannan County finally reacted and immediately knelt down to pay their respects to Xie Haoshuan. Please get up quickly. Everyone has suffered. Xie Haoshuan jumped off the Scarlet Flame Nether Dragon and helped a citizen up. Wu Yuqi was slightly taken aback when she saw Xie Haoshuan's actions. Obviously, she didn't expect Xie Haoshuan to be so humble in front of the citizens of Da Xie. This was a little different from the arrogant descendants of the royal family that she had imagined. Even the arrogant Xie Haoshuan, who had previously said that he would destroy all the soldiers of the Dahan kingdom in the Tiannan County, seemed like a completely different person. The citizen of Da Xie who had been helped up by Xie Haoshuan also felt flattered at this moment. Your Highness, are you here to save us? Your Highness, when can we return to Da Xie? That's right, Your Highness. We really don't want to live such a life that's even worse than livestock. Your Highness, can you take us back to Da Xie? We don't want to stay here anymore. At this moment, everyone looked at Xie Haoshuan with pleading gazes as they spoke. Everyone's eyes were filled with longing. Even Wu Yuqi looked at Xie Haoshuan. Everyone, it's best that you don't leave the Tiannan County. Xie Haoshuan looked at the crowd and said, What? When the crowd heard Xie Haoshuan's words, they were all shocked and panicked. Your Highness, could it be that the great Xie dynasty has abandoned us? What did we do wrong? Your Highness, you've killed so many of the Grand Han's soldiers. If you leave us in the South Heaven Prefecture, we'll be dead once you leave. Your Highness, will you show mercy and save us? Your Highness, we will kowtow to you. This group of people did not know that Xie Haoshuan had already won back the 5 counties of Nanju. They thought that the 5 counties of Nanju belonged to the Grand Han. Therefore, in their opinion, if Xie Haoshuan did not bring them back to Da Xie and left them in the South Heaven Prefecture, they would definitely die. Xie Haoshuan looked at the panicked crowd and hurriedly explained, Everyone, please be quiet. How could Da Xie abandon you? However, the South Heaven Prefecture is already Da Xie's territory. You are all citizens of the South Heaven Prefecture. According to my instructions, it's better for you to stay in the South Heaven Prefecture. Of course, it's not impossible for you to go to other counties of Da Xie to develop. Your Highness, what did you say? You're not lying to us, are you? The South Heaven Prefecture has been returned to Da Xie. Oh my God, am I dreaming? Is this for real? When everyone heard Xie Haoshuan's words, they immediately went into an uproar. Obviously, Xie Haoshuan's words had shocked them too much. A gentleman doesn't go back on his words. Why would this young emperor lie to you? Xie Haoshuan looked at the crowd in disbelief and said with a smile, Haha, it's back. It's finally back. This day has finally come. I really did not expect that I would be able to see the day when the South Heaven Prefecture returns to Da Xie's embrace. Father, you can rest in peace now. Long live Da Xie, long live Da Xie. At this moment, everyone was completely emotional. Many people were so emotional that tears welled up in their eyes. After all, ever since the 5 counties of Nanju had been divided to the Grand Han, they had not lived a good life. Every day, they lived a life worse than pigs and dogs. Under the oppression of the Grand Han, they had to drag out an ignoble existence. They did not know how many relatives and friends had left them. Their greatest hope was that Da Xie would one day save them from the abyss of suffering. However, they did not expect that day to come so suddenly. Crown Prince Da Xie had descended from the sky on a giant dragon and destroyed the Grand Han's soldiers in the blink of an eye. To them, no matter how they looked at it, it was like a dream. However, it had truly happened. Now, Xie Haoshuan had even told them that the South Heaven Prefecture had returned to Da Xie's embrace. How could they continue to remain calm? You have suffered all these years. This young emperor has decided to allocate some money to compensate you. At the same time, the South Heaven Prefecture will be exempted from taxes for 10 years, Xie Haoshuan said directly. Is this true? Can His Highness really make the decision? Everyone clearly did not expect that good things would happen one after another today. When they learned that the South Heaven Prefecture had returned to Da Xie, they would no longer be oppressed by the Grand Han and could return to normal life. To them, This was already the best news they could get. However, they did not expect that Xia Haoshuan would compensate them and even exempt them from taxes for 10 years. At this moment, they really felt that Xia Haoshuan was sent by the heavens to save them. This young emperor is the current young emperor. I have the same authority as father. My words are naturally true, Xia Haoshuan said. Long live the young emperor! Long live the young emperor! Long live the young emperor! When everyone heard Xia Haoshuan's words, they immediately changed the way they addressed Xia Haoshuan and hurriedly continued to call him out. Clearly, they did not expect that Xia Haoshuan's status was even higher than they had imagined. Although they were only commoners, they still had some understanding of the young emperor's status. The young emperor was a status that was above the crown prince and equal to the emperor. Clearly, they did not expect Xia Haoshuan to be so powerful. At such a young age, he could become the young emperor of Da Xia. Since Xia Haoshuan was the young emperor, there was no need to doubt Xia Haoshuan's word. What? He is the young emperor? Wu Yuqi was also shocked at this moment. Although she had often heard Xia Haoshuan call himself the young emperor, she did not think much of it. After all, it was impossible for an ordinary country to confer the title of young emperor. At this moment, Wu Yuqi realized that she could not see through Xia Haoshuan. The more she interacted with Xia Haoshuan, the more she realized that Xia Haoshuan was powerful and mysterious. Chapter 1330. Before long, there was an endless stream of delivery vehicles in front of Li's drugstore. In the entire 1,000-pill imperial city, except for the spiritual medicine pavilion, almost all the pharmacies were delivering herbs to Li's drugstore. This immediately aroused the curiosity of many people. Many people began to gather around Li's drugstore and discuss. What's going on with Li's drugstore? Why are there so many people delivering herbs to Li's drugstore? You guys don't know yet, right? I heard that Li's drugstore's shopkeeper cleared out all the herbs in 1,000-pill imperial city today. What? Why does Li's drugstore need so many herbs? Even the spiritual medicine pavilion doesn't need so many herbs. Who knows? What the hell is going on? You guys don't know, right? In 1,000-pill imperial city, the spiritual medicine pavilion is gradually becoming the dominant force. I think Li's drugstore is most likely making a last-ditch effort. A last-ditch effort? Could it be that these pharmacies are joining forces to deal with the spiritual medicine pavilion? I think it's possible that Li's drugstore wants to hoard herbs and make a fortune. If that's really the case, then Li's drugstore is too despicable. In an instant, all sorts of noisy discussions were heard. Many people were pointing at Li's drugstore. Some people even had looks of disgust in their eyes. After all, no matter who heard that the pharmacies wanted to raise prices, they would be dissatisfied. This was because any cultivator would need a large amount of herbs or elixirs for cultivation. If the pharmacies raised prices, the biggest victims would naturally be them. However, no matter how they discussed, they still couldn't resist. Cart after cart of herbs were delivered to Li's drugstore. How's the situation? The shopkeeper of the spiritual medicine pavilion stood on a tall pavilion and watched the continuous flow of herbs into Li's drugstore. He also watched the crowd in front of Li's drugstore. Shopkeeper, I've already sent people to spread the news that Li's drugstore is hoarding herbs. When the time comes, Li's drugstore's reputation will be completely ruined. A subordinate laughed sinisterly. Haha, well done. You can leave now. The shopkeeper of the spiritual medicine pavilion laughed. As his subordinate walked away, the shopkeeper of the spiritual medicine hall sneered, Trash, no matter what you do, you won't be able to escape from me. How dare you fight with me? You're just courting death. Shopkeeper Li didn't have the slightest interest in the slandering of the spiritual medicine pavilion. Right now, all his thoughts were focused on the important matters. To him, serving Yi Hao was more important than anything else. Sir, do you need to check those herbs? Manager Li asked respectfully as he looked at Yi Hao. Are you trying to fool me? Yi Hao took a sip of tea with a smile and looked at Manager Li. For some reason, Manager Li's heart couldn't help but tremble when he saw Yi Hao's smile. Who exactly is this young man? Manager Li couldn't help but guess curiously. This was because he could sense an invisible aura from Yi Hao. It was this aura that made him not dare to mess around with Yi Hao. This was because he could only sense this kind of aura from some big shots. In his heart, he knew that he couldn't afford to offend those big shots. Manager Li quickly smiled and said, "Of course, I don't dare to." "Then go ahead and do it," Yi Hao said and didn't say anything else. Soon, piles of spiritual medicine were cleared out. Manager Li was personally overseeing the process. He personally picked out some of the unqualified spiritual medicine. His strict attitude was even more serious than when he was working for himself. "Sir, this is the list of spiritual medicine. Please take a look." Manager Li quickly calculated the list of spiritual medicine and handed it to Yi Hao respectfully. Xia Haoshuan glanced at it and put it aside. "How many elixirs do you need?" "Sir, if they are all perfect quality Atman body realm elixirs, I need 1,000,000 elixirs," Manager Li quickly said. When he said this, Manager Li couldn't help but feel nervous and excited. After all, it was 1,000,000 elixirs. That was not a small number. Not to mention 1,000,000 Atman body realm perfect quality elixirs. Even if it was 1,000,000 elixirs of any quality, that amount would be incomparably shocking when added up. Therefore, Manager Li was also worried that Yi Hao wouldn't be able to take out such a huge number. If he could really take it out, then it would be extremely difficult for his shop to not rise up in popularity. At that time, not to mention this Li's drugstore, it wouldn't be a problem for him to open a few more branches. His shop would definitely be able to dominate the 1,000-pill imperial city. 1,000,000 elixirs. Yi Hao frowned slightly when he heard this number. "Of course, sir, since you want so many spiritual medicine, I'll give you a 10% discount." "How about a 20% discount?" Manager Li thought that Yi Hao was a little dissatisfied with the number he said, so he quickly continued. To be honest, he had bought so many spiritual medicine, but he had spent a huge amount of spirit coins. 1,000,000 elixirs for Yi Hao was almost the market price. As for the 20% discount, he had almost reduced the profit to the minimum. There was no other way. After all, Yi Hao had so many perfect quality elixirs in his hands. No matter where he took them, he didn't have to worry about the sales. He really didn't want to miss this opportunity. As long as he had so many elixirs, he would be able to make the reputation of Li's drugstore famous. He definitely wouldn't lose out. The only thing he was worried about now was whether Yi Hao could take out so many elixirs and whether he would lower his price again. If he lowered his price again, he would lose out. Then 20% discount. "I wonder if you want spiritual martial realm elixirs?" Yi Hao didn't have any objections to Manager Li's price. Instead, he turned to Manager Li and asked. Because he really couldn't take out 1,000,000 Atman body realm elixirs. "What, sir, there are spiritual martial realm elixirs? Are they also perfect quality?" Manager Li was surprised and happy when he heard Yi Hao's words. Spiritual martial realm elixirs were far more valuable than Atman body realm elixirs. It was more difficult to refine spiritual martial realm elixirs than Atman body realm elixirs. It was hard for him to imagine that Yi Hao had spiritual martial realm elixirs. If the spiritual martial realm elixirs were also perfect quality, it would undoubtedly open up a market for him. "Take a look." Xia Haoshuan took out a few elixirs and threw them to Manager Li. Manager Li hurriedly took them and held them in his hands as if they were precious treasures. Chapter 1331. This elixir is worth 100 Atman body realm elixirs. Is there a problem? Yi Hao looked at the excited shopkeeper Li and asked. "No problem, absolutely no problem," shopkeeper Li said slowly. "Good. Here are 8,000 spiritual martial realm elixirs. You can take a look." Yi Hao took out the elixirs and said to shopkeeper Li, "What? 8,000 spiritual martial realm elixirs?" Shopkeeper Li was shocked when he heard Yi Hao's words. For him, the number of spirit body realm pills that Yi Hao took out, and all of them were of perfect quality, was already shocking enough for him. Spiritual martial realm elixirs were harder to make than Atman body realm elixirs, let alone perfect spiritual martial realm elixirs. And now, Yi Hao could take out 8,000 spiritual martial realm elixirs. Shopkeeper Li was shocked. On the market, one spiritual martial realm elixir of the same quality could be exchanged for 100 Atman body realm elixirs. But if one could find a suitable buyer, one spiritual martial realm elixir could be exchanged for 110 or even 120 Atman body realm elixirs. Now that Yi Hao gave him 8,000 spiritual martial realm elixirs, it was definitely a surprise for him, because these 8,000 spiritual martial realm elixirs would definitely allow him to make a huge profit. Therefore, shopkeeper Li's face was full of smiles at this moment. Then, "Sir, these elixirs are mine," shopkeeper Li said, and was about to keep all the elixirs. "Wait." Yi Hao reached out his hand to stop him. "What's wrong, sir?" Shopkeeper Li's heart skipped a beat when he saw Yi Hao stopping him. "Are you not satisfied with the price?" Shopkeeper Li was afraid that Yi Hao would regret it, so he asked nervously. He did not want to miss out on this batch of elixirs. If he really missed it, it would be a wasted effort. "I have a condition for working with you," Yi Hao said directly. "Condition? What condition?" "As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it," Manager Li hurriedly said. "Don't worry, you can definitely do it. I want you to destroy the spiritual medicine pavilion for me," Yi Hao said. Because going to the spiritual medicine division had made him very unhappy. Since they had made him unhappy, they naturally had to pay a certain price. Destroy the spiritual medicine pavilion? That's not a problem at all. It's just that. Manager Li was originally going to agree, but he suddenly hesitated. "But what?" Yi Hao looked at Manager Li. "It's just that I'm worried that the Spirit Medicine Pavilion will do something desperate. For the Spirit Medicine Pavilion to be able to become the #1 medicine store in the 1,000-pill Imperial City, their strength naturally cannot be underestimated," Manager Li said worriedly. Initially, Manager Li had wanted to develop the business slowly and continuously throw out perfect-grade pills. At the same time, he wanted to rope in talents. At that time, even if the Spiritual Potions Pavilion wanted to attack him, he wouldn't have to be afraid. However, things were different now. Yi Hao had directly sent him to deal with the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. At that time, the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion would do something desperate and directly fight with force. His Li's drugstore really wouldn't be a match for them. "I just want you to destroy the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. Leave the rest of the problems to me," Yi Hao said directly and domineeringly. "Yes." Manager Li looked at Yi Hao and didn't doubt Yi Hao's words. After all, Yi Hao could take out so many perfect-grade pills. The power behind him naturally couldn't be underestimated. To be honest, even if Yi Hao didn't help him, he would have to fight with the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion sooner or later. Because it was impossible for the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion to allow his Li's drugstore to develop and grow like this. With his own strength, to fight against the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion, to be honest, his heart was beating like a drum. And now, Yi Hao was actually willing to help him. To him, this was definitely the best news. Now that he was cooperating with Yi Hao, it was definitely a win-win situation. "Not good, manager." At this moment, a waiter ran in and said nervously, "What's the matter?" Manager Li asked directly. "Manager, many people outside are saying that our Li's drugstore is deliberately hoarding spiritual herbs in order to drive up the prices. Many people even scolded us," the waiter hurriedly said. "It seems like you have no choice but to help me." "They have already made the first move," Yi Hao said with a smile. "This damned Spiritual Medicine Pavilion is too much." Manager Li wasn't stupid. Naturally, he could tell that someone was stirring up emotions. It was obvious who it was. It must be someone from the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. "Sir, please rest first. I'll go out and take care of it," Manager Li hurriedly said to Yi Hao. He absolutely couldn't tolerate the rumors outside continuing. Otherwise, his Li's drugstore's reputation would suffer a huge blow. "Go ahead. Don't let me down," Yi Hao nodded directly. Why is it so lively in front of my Lee's drugstore today? Could it be that everyone has heard the good news? Manager Lee said with a smile on his face. Chimph, good news? What good news? Could it be that your Lee's drugstore wants to raise prices? I think your Lee's drugstore is simply digging your own grave. You're so black-hearted. No wonder you can't beat the spiritual medicine pavilion. That's right. As soon as Manager Lee's voice fell, a clamor of discussion broke out. However, many people were speaking ill of Manager Lee and mocking him. When Manager Lee saw this scene, he wasn't surprised. This made him even more certain that the spiritual medicine pavilion was involved in this. They were deliberately stirring up emotions among the onlookers. If this matter was exposed, Lee's drugstore would really be finished. However, Manager Lee didn't panic at all at this moment. Price increase? What price increase? Why can't I understand what you mean? Manager Lee deliberately pretended to be puzzled. Chimph, don't pretend. Your Lee drugstore's business doesn't need so many spiritual grasses. You bought so many spiritual grasses just to make those spiritual grasses scarce and take the opportunity to raise the price. A person coldly snorted and said, That's right. Don't take us for fools. Do you think we can't see through your little tricks? Fortunately, the spiritual medicine pavilion didn't collude with you. As long as the spiritual medicine pavilion doesn't raise the price of the spiritual herbs, Lee's drugstore can forget about selling the spiritual herbs. That's right. We must never buy anything from such black-hearted businessmen in the future. Let's just let their shops close down. The group of people spoke again. Ha ha ha, I don't know where you heard this slanderous talk from. You've really wronged me. Everyone, don't be blinded by the words of some despicable people and be used as a tool. Price increase? I never said that Lee's drugstore would raise prices, Manager Lee said hurriedly with a smile. At the same time, he looked in the direction of the spiritual medicine pavilion. What do you mean? Chapter 1332. Since you said that you didn't stock up to increase the price, why did Lee's drugstore buy so many spiritual herbs? Someone suddenly asked. Haha, I've bought so many spiritual herbs. Naturally, there are customers who want them. Manager Lee laughed. What? Customers? What kind of customers would want so many spiritual herbs? So many spiritual herbs have been sold. How much will Lee's drugstore make? That's right. Even the spiritual medicine pavilion can't do such a big sale. This is too fake. Why would such a big customer come to Lee's drugstore instead of the spiritual medicine pavilion? Many people had suspicious looks on their faces. Many people had clearly seen the number of spiritual herbs that Lee's medicine shop had transported today. Obviously, they didn't believe that so many spiritual herbs would be bought by one person. After all, the number of spiritual herbs was too shocking. In their opinion, it wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. Everyone, there's no need to argue about this. Whether Lee's drugstore will increase the price or not, you can see it for yourselves in the future. Now, Lee's drugstore has obtained some good stuff. I believe that everyone will be very interested. Shopkeeper Lee didn't bother to argue with the crowd and went straight to the point. Shopkeeper Lee's words immediately attracted some people's interest. What good stuff? Everyone hurriedly inquired. I believe that everyone will be very interested in the perfect grade elixir, right? Manager Lee looked at everyone's gaze and said with a smile. Could it be that Shopkeeper Lee has perfect quality elixir pills? The crowd looked at Shopkeeper Lee in surprise. After all, everyone knew the value of perfect quality elixir pills. Even the spiritual medicine pavilion couldn't get perfect quality elixir pills. Therefore, a perfect grade medicinal pill was simply a priceless good item. When they heard Shopkeeper Lee's words, they naturally guessed that Shopkeeper Lee might have perfect quality elixir pills. Of course. Everyone, please take a look. Shopkeeper Lee took out an elixir pill and showed it to the crowd. It's really a perfect quality elixir pill. Shopkeeper Lee, I'll take it for 100 lower grade spiritual stones. One person quickly held the elixir pill in his hand. Chimph, Why should you take it? 101 spiritual stones, I'll take it. Another person hurriedly shouted. 101 spiritual stones is nothing. I'll pay 105 spiritual stones. I'll pay 110 spiritual stones. Shopkeeper Lee saw that the crowd had already started arguing before he had even called for a price. This made him very satisfied. This had completely achieved the effect he wanted in his heart. Moreover, Shopkeeper Lee didn't stop the crowd and continued to shout. Because as these people continued to bid, the atmosphere would continue to rise. The crowd's spiritual medicine pavilion was also constantly. In the end, the price of the medicinal pills was even raised to the level of 142 pills. This price spiritual medicine S price should be paid. The price of 142 spirit coins made countless people shake their heads and sigh. They began to shrink back at the sight of it. Is Shopkeeper Lee St. Shopkeeper Lee, no one is bidding anymore. 142 spirit coins. How many of these pills do you still have? Sell them all to me. The person who bid 142 spirit coins was a middle-aged man with a big belly. From his attire, one could tell that this person had considerable wealth. Sigh, what a pity. It wasn't easy for a few perfect-grade medicinal pills to appear. In the end, the price was a little too high. That's right. Looking at these perfect quality pills, we're destined to have no fate with them. Indeed, spending so many spirit coins to buy perfect quality pills is indeed the behavior of a nouveau riche. At this moment, everyone had a look of regret on their faces. Obviously, in their opinion, these perfect quality pills were going to be taken away by the big-bellied middle-aged man. I'm sorry, but I don't intend to sell it for 142 spirit coins. Shopkeeper Lee said directly. What? 142 spirit coins? Are you still not satisfied? The big-bellied middle-aged man frowned. In his opinion, the price of 142 spirit coins for the medicinal pills was already high enough. No, 142 spirit coins is already very high. Manager Lee quickly shook his head and said. Then why don't you buy it? The big-bellied middle-aged man was even more confused when he heard Shopkeeper Lee's words. Because I intend to sell it at the original price of 100 spirit coins. Shopkeeper Lee said again. What? You're crazy. When the big-bellied middle-aged man heard Shopkeeper Lee's words, he couldn't help but look at Shopkeeper Lee as if he was looking at a fool. He didn't expect that in this world, there would be someone who would complain about having too many spirit coins. Obviously, he could sell it for 142 spirit coins, but he insisted on selling it for 100 spirit coins. If this wasn't stupid, then what was? Oh my God, Shopkeeper Lee, are you sure you're not joking? Shopkeeper Lee, you're actually selling it for 100 spirit coins? Everyone looked at Manager Lee in disbelief. Everyone looked at him excitedly. After all, if Shopkeeper Lee really sold it for 100 spirit coins, it would be absolutely good news for them. That's right. Shopkeeper Lee nodded. How many perfect quality pills do you want? I'll take them all. The big-bellied middle-aged man didn't know what was wrong with Shopkeeper Lee. But for him, the less spirit coins he needed to buy the medicinal pills, the more advantageous it was for him. Therefore, he naturally didn't mind the price of the medicinal pills becoming cheaper. Sorry, to be honest, I do have a lot of perfect quality pills in my hands, but if you want to buy it for 100 spirit coins, there are some conditions. Shopkeeper Lee said again. Conditions? What conditions? Hurry up and say it. Do you want us to die from anxiety? Shopkeeper Lee, just say it in one go, don't keep us in suspense. At this moment, everyone hurriedly urged him. After all, to be able to buy perfect quality pills of the Artman body state for 100 spirit coins was simply too tempting for them. Don't worry, everyone, listen to me slowly. From today onwards, the customers who spend the most money in my Lee's medicine shop every day will have the opportunity to buy perfect quality pills on the same day. There will be a limit of 10 perfect quality pills per day. Shopkeeper Lee directly stated his purpose. This Shopkeeper Lee has a mind for business. Yi Hao, who was sitting in the medicine shop, nodded and praised when he heard shopkeeper Li's words. Chapter 1334. Come with me and have a look. The shopkeeper of the spiritual medicine hall couldn't sit still and said directly, "Yes." Hearing the shopkeeper's words, the subordinate hurriedly followed him. The shopkeeper of the spiritual medicine hall saw that there was a sea of people in front of Li's drugstore. People were constantly squeezing in. Most of these people had come from his spiritual medicine pavilion. Seeing this, he felt as if his heart was bleeding. Find someone to go in and have a look at the situation inside. The shopkeeper of the spiritual medicine hall ordered his subordinate. Yes. The subordinate immediately nodded. Soon, 2 hours passed. Well, everyone, quiet down. 2 hours have passed, and we are about to sell the first perfect quality elixir, shopkeeper Li said with a smile. At this moment, everyone immediately quieted down and looked at shopkeeper Li. Soon, a shop assistant handed a bill to shopkeeper Li. After shopkeeper Li checked it carefully, he said, "In these 2 hours, the highest spending buyer is this boss. He spent a total of 300 spirit coins. This perfect quality elixir is yours." What? 300 spirit coins? So much. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. At this moment, everyone looked at the middle-aged man with a big belly. This middle-aged man was the one who had spent 142 spirit coins to buy the perfect quality elixir at the beginning. Many people admired the middle-aged man's wealth at this moment. This is 100 spirit coins. It's a perfect quality elixir. You can't regret it. The middle-aged man with a big belly took out 100 low-grade spirit coins and said, "One person pays, and one person delivers. Our Li's drugstore still has integrity." Shopkeeper Li took the spirit coins and directly handed the perfect quality elixir to the middle-aged man with a big belly. The middle-aged man with a big belly quickly took the perfect quality elixir and checked it. Finally, a bright smile appeared on his face. "Not bad, not bad. It's really a perfect quality elixir." For the middle-aged man with a big belly, the cost of buying this perfect quality elixir had increased. However, the things he had spent more than 300 spirit coins to buy were all currencies that were easy to sell. Moreover, the prices of everything sold in Li's drugstore had not increased. All in all, in his opinion, it was much more appropriate for him to buy this pill than to spend 142 spirit coins to buy it. Most importantly, this perfect grade medicinal pill did not have the slightest problem, which made him very satisfied. As for the rest of the people who did not manage to purchase the perfect quality medicinal pills, they revealed expressions of envy as they looked at the medicinal pills in the hands of the middle-aged man with a large belly. "Shopkeeper, stop wasting time. Hurry up and start the second round." "That's right. Hurry up. This time, I'm going to spend a lot of money to buy a perfect quality pill." "PH, since you're willing to pay, I'll pay too." At this moment, many people could no longer hold themselves back and began to urge him. "Good, good, good. Let the second round begin." Manager Li's face broke into a bright smile. Immediately after, a new round of discussion and fighting began. The situation was no worse than before. "Haha, there really is a master." Manager Li looked at Yi Hao with a fawning smile. It should be known that Yi Hao had changed the time limit to 1 pill per 2 hours. In the first round, Li's drugstore had sold 2,100 spirit coins. This was such a terrifying number that it had completely exceeded his expectations. In the past, this was something that he had not even dared to dream of. 2,100 spirit coins was a number that Li's drugstore could only sell for a few days in the past. But now, it had only been 2 hours and it had been done. There were still 9 rounds to go. How many pills could he sell in a day? He was really not sure. "I think the spiritual potion pavilion can no longer sit still. At this pace, it shouldn't be a problem to destroy the spiritual potion pavilion," Yi Hao said with a smile. "Of course. If this continues, the spiritual potion pavilion will not be able to hold on for long. However, I think the spiritual potion pavilion will definitely retaliate. Manager Li said. What? Are you still worried about the spiritual potion pavilion's retaliation? Yi Hao chuckled and looked at Manager Li. Hey, in the past, I would definitely be worried. However, with the pills that you have traded with me, if we use them well, our Li's drugstore's business will be booming every day for a few years. If we use them sparingly, it won't be a problem for decades. In Qianhuang City, there will definitely be no other drugstore that can compete with our Li's drugstore, Manager Li said with a confident smile. However, the only thing that he was worried about was whether the spiritual potion pavilion would use normal means to compete with him. If they used force, Li's drugstore would not be a match for the spiritual potion pavilion. However, with Yi Hao's guarantee, he wanted to take a gamble. Because without Yi Hao, Li's drugstore could only struggle at death's door under the pressure of the spiritual potion pavilion. It would not be long before Li's drugstore could no longer survive in Qianhuang City. Yi Hao's appearance had given him hope that he could eliminate the spiritual medicine pavilion and take their place in one fell swoop. Therefore, he had to seize this opportunity. All right, you can leave now. If you need anything, come to me. Yi Hao waved his hand at Manager Li. Yes, sir. If you need anything, just let me know. Manager Li said respectfully to Yi Hao. How's the situation? Manager Li looked at Li's drugstore, which was bustling with customers. On the other hand, his spiritual potion pavilion's business had plummeted. At this moment, his face was extremely gloomy. I heard that in just 2 hours, Li's drugstore sold more than 2,000 spirit coins worth of good. The subordinate looked at Manager Li and said carefully. What did you say? More than 2,000 spirit coins. When Manager Li heard this, he was instantly enraged. His face turned even uglier and there was an indescribable jealousy in his heart. In just 2 hours, Li's drugstore had sold 2,000 spirit coins worth of goods. Even the spiritual potion pavilion could not do that. Most importantly, when Li's drugstore's business was booming, it had completely snatched away the spiritual potion pavilion's voice. How could he stand this? Have you found out who is supporting Li's drugstore? Manager Li asked in a serious tone. Not yet. The subordinate immediately shook his head. Trash, what's the use of keeping you? Manager Li was furious when he heard this. Manager, please calm down. Give me a little more time. I will definitely find out. The subordinate quickly said. Go. Today, I must find out who is supporting Li's drugstore. Otherwise, get lost. Manager Li said in a serious tone. Yes. The subordinate quickly nodded. Chapter 1335. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Some people were happy, while others were sad. At this moment, the shopkeeper of Li's drugstore was smiling. This was because the sales of Li's drugstore had reached 30,000 spirit coins in a day. That was 30,000 spirit coins in a day's sales. If this had happened in the past, he would have laughed himself awake from his dreams. But now, it had really come true. Therefore, shopkeeper Li's face was filled with sadness. Shopkeeper, I heard that the spiritual medicine pavilion suffered a serious loss today. I'd like to see it now. I wonder what the expressions of the people in the spiritual medicine pavilion will be like now. At this moment, some of the waiters in Li's drugstore felt that they could finally hold their heads high. Before this, when the business of the spiritual medicine pavilion was doing well, they had been ridiculed by the people in the spiritual medicine pavilion. Now, seeing that Li's drugstore had finally stood tall and raised its head, many people revealed joyful smiles on their faces. Haha, do a good job. This month's salary will be paid in advance. Your salary will be doubled. Shopkeeper Li looked at his subordinates and smiled brightly. Long live Shopkeeper Li. Everyone cheered when they heard what Shopkeeper Li said. If you do a good job in the future, you will be rewarded. But for all this, the person you should thank the most is Sir. Shopkeeper Li looked at Yi Hao and said. Thank you, sir. The group of waiters hurriedly looked at Yi Hao and thanked him. They knew that without Yi Hao, Li's drugstore would not have been able to rise up. Thus, when they looked at Yi Hao, they were truly grateful. Their gazes were filled with admiration as they looked at Yi Hao. However, the situation in the spiritual medicine pavilion was not optimistic. All the waiters were standing in the hall with their heads lowered. The shopkeeper of the spiritual medicine hall had a gloomy look on his face. "Let me ask you, did this person come to our spiritual medicine pavilion before?" The shopkeeper of the spiritual medicine pavilion looked gloomy as he took out a portrait. That profile picture was none other than Xia Haoxuan's profile picture. At this moment, everyone looked up. They looked at the portrait in the shopkeeper's hand. When one of the maidservants saw the portrait, she immediately exclaimed, "It's him." "Why? Have you seen him before?" the shopkeeper asked directly. The maid nodded her head. "He came earlier and I had to receive him. But when young Master Yang came, I directly received him. Today, young Master Yang spent more than 100 spirit coins in our shop." At this moment, there was a trace of pride in the maidservant's voice. Because she had made the right choice to receive young Master Yang, her sales today had taken first place. Therefore, she was bound to receive a generous reward. She couldn't help but think that if Yi Hao had been the one to receive her at the beginning, she would have suffered a huge loss today. Come over here." When the shopkeeper heard the maidservant's words, a smile appeared on his face as he beckoned her over. When the maid heard the shopkeeper's words, a smile immediately appeared on her face. She proudly puffed out her chest and walked towards the shopkeeper. In her opinion, the shopkeeper must be rewarding her. She could once again show off in front of these colleagues. Sure enough, at this moment, many people were looking at the maid with envy on their faces. "Oh my God, baby." However, the confidant behind the shopkeeper looked at the maidservant with a look of pity on his face. "Shopkeeper." The maid walked up to the shopkeeper and looked at him expectantly. "F***CKU, damn you." The shopkeeper looked at the smiling maidservant and couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. He immediately slapped the maidservant across the face. "Shopkeeper, why did you hit me?" The maid was completely stunned at this moment. Blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth and her face was full of confusion. The rest of the people were also shocked as they looked at the shopkeeper. They didn't understand why the shopkeeper had hit her. "Why? Let me tell you why." The shopkeeper didn't care about his image at all as he kept slapping the maid's face. In just an instant, the maid's face had been slapped until it looked like a pig's head. At this moment, the shopkeeper's heart was filled with rage. He had already investigated and found out that the reason Li Ji medicine shop had so many perfect grade pills was all because of Yi Hao. In other words, Li Ji medicine shop's sudden rise today was also because of Yi Hao. One had to know that Yi Hao had come to his spiritual medicine shop previously. If he had received Yi Hao well back then, Li Ji medicine shop would have had nothing to do with him. But now, because of the maid before him, Yi Hao had been given up to Li Ji medicine shop. How could he not be angry? However, he didn't think about it. He knew that the maid had received young Master Yang and not Yi Hao back then. At that time, he hadn't thought that there was anything wrong with it. "Shopkeeper, why did you hit me?" The maid still didn't know what she had done wrong. She asked in an aggrieved manner as tears streamed down her face. "B***TCH, I'll let you die with a clear understanding today. Tell this B***TCH, the shopkeeper said angrily to his confidant behind him. When the shopkeeper's confidant heard what the shopkeeper said, he immediately stepped forward. "Do you know why Li Ji medicine shop's business is so good today and why our business is so bad?" The shopkeeper's confidant stepped forward and asked. "Didn't you say that Li Ji medicine shop had found a strong backer?" someone asked. "Then do you know who Li Ji medicine shop's backer is?" The shopkeeper's confidant continued to ask. Could it be him? Someone suddenly thought of something. He looked at the miserable maid on the ground and suddenly pointed to the portrait. "What? How could this be?" When the maid who had been hit heard this, her face turned pale. At this moment, the maid's entire body was trembling. If this was really the case, one could imagine how miserable her fate would be. "That's right." The shopkeeper's confidant nodded at this moment. When the maid heard this, her heart sank to the bottom. At this moment, Endless regret appeared in her mind. She couldn't help but think about how she had abandoned Yi Hao to receive young Master Yang. Yi Hao had said before that she would regret it. She had been so disdainful. But now, Yi Hao's words had been confirmed. How could she have imagined that Yi Hao would have so many perfect-grade elixirs in his hands? If she had known, how could she have given up on receiving Yi Hao to receive young Master Yang? Oh my God, what have I done? What have I missed? The maid thought regretfully. Chapter 1336. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, two hired thugs immediately walked out and dragged the maidservant to the backyard. Everyone looked at the maidservant with a trace of pity in their eyes. Needless to say, the maidservant would not survive the night. Shopkeeper, what should we do now? It seems that this person has provided Li's drugstore with many perfect quality elixirs. Otherwise, Li's drugstore would not dare to go against me like this. The shopkeeper's confidant looked at the shopkeeper and said, "Tempage, how can we let a mere Li's drugstore be so presumptuous?" The shopkeeper snorted coldly and asked, "How many perfect quality elixirs do we have left?" Recently, there have been too few perfect quality elixirs. Not long ago, during the promotion, we have almost used up all of them. Now, we only have less than 10, the confidant replied. The shopkeeper thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow, we will make Li's drugstore the same promotion. At the same time, we will give a 10% discount on everything else in the store." Ah, we only have less than 10 perfect quality elixirs. How do we get them? When the confidant heard the shopkeeper's words, he was stunned. Are you brainless? Find some people and pretend to be big customers. In the end, no matter how much money others spend, it will be these people who buy the most. In the end, the perfect quality elixirs will fall into our hands, the shopkeeper said. When the confidant heard the shopkeeper's words, he quickly praised, "Brilliant, really brilliant. This way, we will definitely be able to pull back our reputation by a large margin." When he heard the confidant's praise, the shopkeeper's lips curled into a smug smile. As the saying went, all businessmen were evil. It was impossible for him to have been able to develop the spiritual medicine hall to such an extent without some brains. "Boy, I don't care who you are. It won't be that easy for you and Li's drugstore to destroy me." The shopkeeper clenched his fists. On the second day, Li's drugstore had not opened yet, but the entrance was already crowded with people. At this moment, the spiritual medicine hall suddenly opened its doors and a group of salespeople walked out. At the same time, a banner was hung on the entrance of the spiritual medicine hall. All spiritual herbs and elixirs in the store are 10% off. Every 2 hours, you can buy spiritual herbs or elixirs. The highest amount can buy a perfect quality elixir for 100 spirit coins. The words were written on the banner. At this moment, the group of people in the spiritual medicine hall shouted loudly, "What? Is this for real?" Many people heard the shout from the spiritual medicine pavilion and looked at the content of the banner. They were also attracted by it. "Everyone, you still don't know the reputation of our spirit medicine pavilion. We are absolutely reliable," said the people from the spirit medicine pavilion. Let's go in and have a look." Spiritual herbs and medicinal pills are 10% off, so we can make a lot of money. Most importantly, the spiritual medicine pavilion also sells perfect quality medicinal pills. Many people immediately rushed into the spiritual medicine pavilion when they heard this. In an instant, the business of the spiritual medicine pavilion boomed again. All of a sudden, the crowd at the entrance of Li's drugstore disappeared without a trace. After all, who would feel like they had more money when buying things? Of course, the cheaper the better. "Not good, shopkeeper." A man came to shopkeeper Li and said anxiously, "What happened?" Manager Li had just woken up in the morning and was in a good mood. When he saw his subordinate's expression, he was also puzzled. "Shopkeeper, all of our life chi has been snatched back by the spiritual medicine pavilion," the underling quickly said. "What? How is that possible?" When the shopkeeper heard this, he was also shocked. "What is going on?" "It's like this. The The Spiritual Medicine Pavilion has organized the same event as us. At the same time, they are offering a 10% discount on everything. The underling quickly said. Organized the same event as us? Where did the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion get so many perfect quality medicinal pills? When the shopkeeper heard this, he frowned. Obviously, he had known the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion for many years. The Spiritual Medicine Pavilion was indeed powerful and could get some perfect quality medicinal pills every once in a while. However, in order to attract customers, the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion would auction off the perfect quality medicinal pills every once in a while. Moreover, the quantity of each auction was very small, only a few pills. Not long ago, the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion's perfect quality medicinal pills had all been auctioned off. Even if the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion still had some in stock, he estimated that there should not be many. If that was the case, how could the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion have the courage to organize the same event as him? Even if they did, it would not last for more than a day or two. Wasn't the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion inviting humiliation? Based on his understanding of the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion's shopkeeper, it was absolutely impossible for him to do something that would invite humiliation. However, at the same time, he was sure that the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion did not have so many medicinal pills. What the hell is the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion doing? No matter how much he thought about it, shopkeeper Lee could not understand. Is the Lord awake? Shopkeeper Lee asked directly. He seems to be awake, the underling also said. Shopkeeper Lee hurried over to the place where Xia Haoxuan was resting. Shopkeeper Lee nervously knocked on the door. Lord, are you there? Come in. Yi Hao said. Greetings, Lord. Shopkeeper Lee saw Xia Haoxuan and bowed respectfully. Yi Hao looked at Shopkeeper Lee. What happened? The Spiritual Medicine Pavilion has started to fight back. Lord, you are wise. The Spiritual Medicine Pavilion has organized the same event as us. Shopkeeper Lee quickly said. Does the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion also have so many perfect quality medicinal pills? Yi Hao asked. This is what I don't understand. Logically speaking, the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion should not have many perfect quality medicinal pills. I don't know why the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion dares to organize such an event. Shopkeeper Lee said. Are you sure that the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion does not have many perfect quality medicinal pills? Yi Hao continued to ask. Shopkeeper Lee nodded. I am sure. After all, we have been working with the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion for more than 2 or 3 years. Yi Hao's lips curled into a smile. At this moment, he had already guessed what was going on with the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. However, he was still a little uncertain. Yi Hao thought for a moment and said, Go and increase the number of perfect quality medicinal pills on sale to 5 pills per hour. Yes. Shopkeeper Lee immediately nodded when he heard Yi Hao's words. Soon, under Shopkeeper Lee's instructions, Lee's drugstore also put up a banner. Some of the shop attendants also immediately stood on the street and kept shouting. When they heard that, Lee's drugstore increased the number of perfect quality medicinal pills sold per hour to 5 pills. This caused many people to immediately rush to Lee's drugstore. After all, Lee's drugstore increased the number of perfect quality medicinal pills to 5. This meant that Lee's drugstore could sell 50 perfect quality medicinal pills per day. Chapter 1337. Take the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion as an example. They might not even be able to produce 50 perfect quality pills in a year. Perfect quality pills were treasures that could only be found by chance. Countless people wanted perfect quality pills. Therefore, many people flooded into Lee's drugstore at this moment. At the same time, many people in the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion rushed out of Lee's drugstore. Apart from a few people who were lucky, most of the people who dared to buy perfect quality pills were people who did not lack money. What they really wanted were perfect quality pills. As for the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion's 10% discount, not many people cared about it. Manager Lee saw that more and more people were coming into the store. In an instant, it was full. The worry on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Damn Lee's drugstore. The manager of the spiritual medicine pavilion was standing behind a window. Seeing people coming out of his spiritual medicine pavilion and walking toward Lee's drugstore, he was furious. What's going on? What did Lee's drugstore do to attract people? The manager of the spiritual medicine pavilion frowned and asked. I heard that Lee's drugstore increased the number of perfect quality pills it can sell from 1 to 5 in 2 hours. His confidant wiped off his cold sweat and said, after all, that was 50 perfect quality medicinal pellets in a single day. How frightening of a number was that? In his opinion, Lee's drugstore was simply too extravagant. If the spiritual medicine pavilion had 50 perfect quality pills, they would not be so wasteful. More importantly, this was only the number that Lee's drugstore would sell today. It was impossible for Lee's drugstore to stop selling after selling out. Therefore, if Lee's drugstore dared to do this, it must have a large stock of perfect quality pills. That was why they dared to do this. How much? 5 in 2 hours? Lee's drugstore is crazy. Even the manager of the spiritual medicine pavilion could not remain calm when he heard this number. To be honest, the fact that he could sell 50 perfect quality pills in a day made him envious. This was simply too extravagant. Where did that brat get so many perfect quality medicinal pills? Thinking of this, the manager of the spiritual medicine pavilion wished he could kill that maidservant dozens of times. The reason for that was because he felt that if it wasn't for that servant girl, then those perfect quality medicinal pellets would very possibly have been his. How could Lee's medicine shop have anything to do with him? He wouldn't have been forced into such a situation. If he had all these pills, he was confident that he could make the spiritual herbal pavilion the #1 pharmacy in the Thousand Emperor City. He could easily take over all the other pharmacies. However, the Lee's medicine store had actually taken out so many perfect quality medicinal pellets to deal with him. Thus, how could he not feel envy, jealousy, and hatred? Most importantly, it was very likely that those perfect grade pills almost all belonged to him. Then, shopkeeper, what should we do? The trusted subordinate looked at the shopkeeper and asked, "Ch-PH, they can increase the number, but can't we?" The shopkeeper snorted coldly. This. All right. The confidant hesitated, but when he saw the shopkeeper's resolute expression, he nodded his head. Shopkeeper, the spirit medicine pavilion has also increased the number of pills to 5. In Lee's medicine shop, a subordinate hurriedly ran up to shopkeeper Lee and reported. The spiritual medicine division has also increased the number to 5. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Shopkeeper Lee looked at the subordinate and asked in shock. That's right. Many people have been attracted by the spiritual medicine pavilion. The subordinate quickly nodded his head. Upon hearing this, shopkeeper Lee could no longer sit still. He immediately ran to Yi Hao's room. Is the number of pills in the spiritual medicine pavilion has also increased? Yi Hao chuckled when he saw shopkeeper Lee. My lord, how did you know? Shopkeeper Lee was in disbelief when he heard Xia Haoxuan's words. Don't worry. You'll find out tonight. You can leave now. Yi Hao waved his hand at manager Lee with a confident look on his face. Yes. Shopkeeper Lee was confused when he heard Yi Hao's words. However, when he saw how confident Yi Hao was and how he was in control of the situation, he had no choice but to leave. Yu Ganglai! Yi Hao shouted. Upon hearing Yi Hao's voice, Yu Ganglai immediately appeared in front of Yi Hao. Greetings, young emperor. Go and keep an eye on the spiritual medicine pavilion. Bring back the person who obtained the perfect grade pills. Yi Hao instructed Yu Ganglai. Yes. Yu Ganglai immediately nodded when he heard Yi Hao's words. Damn it. Why is it that there are always people who buy more pills than me every time? I think so too. It's much more difficult to buy pills compared to Lee's drugstore. Sigh, I'm so unlucky. I bought so many spiritual herbs and pills, but I didn't even get a perfect grade pill. At this moment, many people in the spiritual medicine pavilion were complaining. Thank you for supporting the spiritual medicine pavilion. As long as you spend more than 100 spirit coins in the spiritual medicine pavilion today, We will give you some gifts. I hope you don't mind. At this moment, the shopkeeper of the spiritual medicine pavilion stepped forward with a smile on his face. That's more like it. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, those who did not manage to buy the perfect grade pills felt much better. Bang! 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 At this moment, a few figures were thrown into the spiritual medicine pavilion from outside. What's going on? When everyone saw this scene, they were all shocked. Who are you? How dare you come to the spiritual medicine pavilion to cause trouble? The shopkeeper of the spiritual medicine pavilion shouted coldly. The spiritual medicine pavilion had been in Qianhuang City for many years. It had been a long time since anyone dared to cause trouble. Therefore, the shopkeeper of the spiritual medicine pavilion was not afraid that someone would cause trouble. Wait a minute, these people look familiar. Isn't he the one who bought the perfect grade pills? Now that you mention it, I remember that these people are also the ones who bought the perfect grade pills. When the people saw the people in front of them, they immediately reacted. When the shopkeeper of the spiritual medicine pavilion heard this, his face changed. He immediately thought of something and quickly shouted, "Men, these people dare to cause trouble in the spiritual medicine pavilion. Arrest them all." Upon hearing the shopkeeper of the spiritual medicine pavilion, a group of people rushed out and were about to attack the people on the ground. "Shopkeeper, please spare our lives. We'll return the spirit coins to you." "That's right. Don't arrest us. No matter what, we've done things for you." When the people on the ground saw the spiritual medicine pavilion's people, their faces changed drastically. Chapter 1338. The crowd looked at the middle-aged man who had spoken. He had a high status in Thousand Emperors City. When the group of officials from the spiritual medicine pavilion heard him speak, they did not dare to continue. The middle-aged man walked to the front of the crowd and pulled one of them up. He asked, "What spiritual coins? What is going on?" "The spiritual medicine pavilion gave us some spiritual coins and asked us to pretend that the person who spent the most spiritual coins every hour was qualified to buy perfect quality elixirs." When the man heard what the middle-aged man had said, he immediately replied, "What?" When the crowd heard this, they were shocked. "You're making irresponsible remarks to slander our spiritual medicine pavilion." When the shopkeeper heard what the man had said and saw the crowd looking at him suspiciously, he immediately shouted, "What about the perfect quality elixirs?" The middle-aged man frowned and asked, "This?" The man looked at the shopkeeper and the men behind the shopkeeper. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. "Tell us. With us here, we can't do anything to you," the middle-aged man said. "That's right. Tell us. Tell us the truth." At this moment, the customers also started to urge the shopkeeper. "We have returned all the perfect quality elixirs to the spiritual medicine pavilion," the man said directly. D***MN. The spiritual medicine pavilion is so despicable to use such underhanded means. I was wondering why I was not qualified to buy anything even though I bought so many things every time. If we had not discovered it in time, we would have been kept in the dark by the spiritual medicine pavilion. At this moment, all the customers were in an uproar. After all, many of them had spent a lot of money to buy perfect quality elixirs. Now, they suddenly realized that they had been played by the shopkeeper of the spiritual medicine pavilion. How could they not be angry? "Shopkeeper, give us an explanation." "That's right. Without an explanation, you returned all the things we bought. We trusted the spiritual medicine pavilion for so many years. How could they do such underhanded things?" The crowd immediately pointed their fingers at the shopkeeper of the spiritual medicine pavilion. "Everyone, don't be fooled by these people. Don't you believe in the strength of the spiritual medicine pavilion? How could we do such a thing?" The shopkeeper of the spiritual medicine pavilion hurriedly explained. At that moment, he was sweating profusely due to his anxiety. Clearly, he didn't expect such a thing to happen. How did all these people that he had spent money to hire suddenly appear in his medicine shop? If there were only one or two people, it would still be easy to explain. However, Since all 10 of them had appeared, he could only force an explanation. You're slandering the Spirit Medicine Pavilion like this. Are you here because someone with bad intentions hired you? You say that the Spirit Medicine Pavilion hired you, but what proof do you have? I'm even beginning to suspect that someone intentionally made you pay a high price for today's perfect quality medicinal pills. Then, in the end, they intentionally said such things to frame the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. The shopkeeper of the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion looked at the people on the ground in a domineering manner and interrogated them. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, all the customers in the store turned their gazes to the people on the ground. Obviously, at this moment, they also felt that the shopkeeper's words were not without reason. For a moment, they couldn't decide who to believe. Shopkeeper, didn't you say that the Spirit Medicine Pavilion is rich in resources? You actually dared to organize such an event. This means that the Spirit Medicine Pavilion has a large number of perfect quality medicinal pills. I wonder how many of them you can take out. At that moment, one of the people on the ground heard the shopkeeper's words and snorted coldly. Hearing this, everyone turned their gazes to the shopkeeper of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion again. Of course the Spirit Medicine Pavilion has a large number of perfect quality medicinal pills. However, perfect quality medicinal pills are all precious medicinal pills. How can we casually take them out? The shopkeeper of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion snorted coldly. Everyone, did you see that? The Spirit Medicine Pavilion can't take out perfect quality medicinal pills at all. If this isn't fake, then what is it? The person on the ground spoke again. Shopkeeper of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, if you want us to believe in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, then take out some perfect quality medicinal pills to convince us of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion's strength. That's right. Take out the medicinal pills and let us see. There's no problem with that. The fact that the Spirit Medicine Pavilion can take out so many perfect quality medicinal pills today means that the Spirit Medicine Pavilion must have some in stock. If you really can't do it, then show us the sales records of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. That's fine too. At that moment, the entire hall was in an uproar. Many people began to stare at the shopkeeper of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. It was obvious that many people had begun to suspect the shopkeeper of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. The shopkeeper of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion's face turned even uglier at this moment. There was no way he could take out a perfect quality medicinal pill. After all, the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion only had a total of 10 perfect quality medicinal pills. As for the sales records, he didn't think much about it at all. He couldn't take them out either. Liar, refund. You made me spend more than 1,000 spirit coins today. Hurry up and refund me. Damn it, I trusted the Spirit Medicine Pavilion so much. If you don't refund me, I'll smash the Spirit Medicine Pavilion today. At that moment, the people present were no fools. From the shopkeeper's expression, they could tell that the Spirit Medicine Pavilion must be faking the sales records. In an instant, the crowd began to clamor, demanding a refund. The shopkeeper of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion looked at the angry expressions on everyone's faces. He knew that it was useless for him to explain. He could only grit his teeth and say, "Everyone, the Spirit Medicine Pavilion definitely didn't fake the sales records. However, if you don't trust the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, the Spirit Medicine Pavilion can refund you. However, we can only take back the gifts that we wanted to give you." The shopkeeper of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion had steeled his heart. He knew that even if he was beaten to death, he would never admit that he had faked the sales records. This was because if he admitted it, the Spirit Medicine Pavilion would be completely finished. From then on, there would be no way for him to recover. At that moment, as he looked at the 10 people on the ground, the shopkeeper of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion even had the thought of killing them. Although he didn't admit it now, it would still have a fatal impact on the reputation of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. The shopkeeper of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion looked at the large group of people who were all asking for a refund. This made him even angrier and more aggrieved. He didn't even need to think to know that those 10 people had been sent by the Li Ji drugstore. However, He couldn't figure out how the Liji drugstore could be so powerful that they could discover his plan so quickly. They even threw all these people into his spirit medicine pavilion. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.